부츠케 우마네 부츠케 우마네
부치グミ入りバブサップブッチョ
부츠케 우마네
プッチョ夕飯味覚と
でも食べてないの
ポポポボブサッププッチョが欲しいか
欲しいわ
プチグミ入りバブサップブッチョ
欲しいわ
プッチョ夕飯味覚と
プッチョちょうだい
Thanks, guys. That was amazing. Thanks so much. I'd say I was speechless, but I have one more thing to announce. Coming this
Right now. Workstream
2!
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're back. Wait, no, wrong one. We're back for Workstream 2. All right. Went so well last time, so why not try it again, right? So, yeah, we'll try to get more done this time. Last time we kind of talked a whole bunch and kind of didn't get that far, but we'll try to do a little better this time. Anything else? Well, admittedly, let's just get started and we'll just go from there, I guess. Admittedly, I didn't get that far, or actually really anywhere farther than I was last time, mostly because I just, admittedly, a bunch of stuff came up. Didn't really feel like working on the patch that much, but let us fix that today. So yeah. One improvement from last time is I did run a script, or make a script, to automatically translate for me. I don't know why I didn't do this before. All of the speaker fields. So now all the speakers will be already filled out. I shouldn't have to mess with it. It will save us a decent amount of time. Another thing that I was trying to work on was to improve the text preview tool. I was hoping that we could get it so I could just edit everything from the text preview tool. Proved to be quite a bit more work than I expected and just wasn't able to really make it happen. So we'll be sticking with the classic, regular old, just visuals only preview tool that just lets us look at how things are going to look, but we still have to copy paste things over into the text file. So unfortunate, but it's what it will be. As for music, I also have music planned out this time. We're going to listen to, there's a visual novel from like the 90s called You Know. Not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but it's got a pretty good soundtrack, pretty chill. It's a pretty long soundtrack, so it's a good fit. So, if you've ever seen, I'll just show it, like this game. We'll listen to music from this game today. And let's get it quieter, just in case, because it's still probably going to be pretty loud. But we'll go with that. All right, well, let's get started. All right, so we were here. We were with Yamato standing by the tree. Yeah, we can choose to do a couple things, right? So again, another thing is I noticed that I spent a lot of time last stream perhaps caring a little too much about being a little too much of a stickler and focusing on things that maybe didn't matter so much. We're going to need to pick up the pace, obviously, if we want this patch to come out anytime soon. So, I guess I didn't really want you guys to feel like I was just going to copy paste stuff from the English episode 1 patch. And that was all I was going to do. But I think we could afford to copy from it more than I was before, because most part it's good, so it's not slow ourselves down by like insisting that it must be different, right? It's like for the most part it can just stay the same. So let's go. All right, so we have these choices, right? We have koe o kakeru, tachisaru, and doshio ka mayo, right? So I think these choices are already pretty good as they are. We have call out to her. Yeah, we got to speed up the process. Otherwise, there's just like, it took 4 years to do the first translation. We don't need it to take 4 years to do the cleanup. I'm not sure what to do. And I think, I think also people just have come to be used to the video translation. I think they like what the video translation did, so I don't want to make it different for no good reason, right? If it's different because we need to correct something that was just wrong, that's fine. But I think in terms of like, it's the same idea, but like maybe said slightly differently, we shouldn't get so hung up on that unless it causes problems. So yeah. Call to her, walk away, not sure what to do. Okay, we gotta save state this. And we'll go call out to her first. Hey, Nagamori-san. Alright, or, oh wait, Nagamori-san, same thing. So, gotta go find, wait a minute. I'm editing the Japanese script. Wrong place to be editing. So we have to be at S choices 12, okay. What? How did I already forget what the options were? No! How did I do that? Okay. I made them both Japanese. You can't do that. Okay, we're gonna have to... I think if I reload, it'll fix it. It's because of... No. We're screwed up. We're screwed up. The thing is, right, is that the save state saves everything that's in RAM. So... Which one's this? This one's gotta be episode 2, right? And this one has to be Japanese. It saves everything that's in RAM, right? So, like, if you replace the RAM with the Japanese stuff, it's gonna be in Japanese. Okay. There we go. I was fumbling with that a bit. And we need to be saved. The save state needs to be back here because... Or I guess we could use the quick save. That's... Yeah, our quick saves will finally be useful. So I have to pick this because this choice is actually important still. Yeah, it's still important that we make that choice. Because it'll influence who, like, sees us when Nagamori disappears. Okay, no save states, but instead... we can rely on the quick load. Okay, so call out to her. There we go. Man, we're already off to a bad start. We're already going slow, but we can pick up the pace hopefully, right? Walk away. Hey Toku, great to see ya. Picking up back where we left off because I didn't really make that much progress, but we are gonna go faster. We're gonna try to go faster because we gotta get this done. All right, call out to her. There we go. We're just gonna go with that. And again, that's fine. Oi, hey Nagamori-san, hey Nagamori-san. Doing work as well. This time I'll save my work. Great to hear that. Okay. Oi, Nagamori-san. Yeah, gotta go faster. So again, our speed up, 1644. We can actually both validate that we're in the right spot because the name should be like a good indicator of it. And we won't have to worry about editing the name, right? So we're already off to a good start. So that'll help speed it up. How have I been? I've been doing all right. Last week was a bit rough. But looking forward to doing some good work today. Notice in one scene, episode 4 at the end, Konata says Monster Hunter reference, and it didn't say what the reference was. Well, I don't remember what you're specifically talking about, but it's possible I missed the references because I don't always catch it. So, I mean, if you're willing to help me out, you know, and you can find that scene and let me know what it's referencing, then I would really appreciate that. Yeah. All right. Hey. Nagamori-san. Did we go san? I guess because he like... Yeah. Last week was a bit rough. Won't want to get too much into that. Oh, it's on episode 4. I should find it. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into it, of course, but... Yeah, I mean, Rogaku no Tosai went like semi-viral again this week for reasons that were a bit disappointing. So felt kind of bad, but we will move forward. Alright, so 叫んだいや叫んだわけじゃないがそれなりに大きな声だった You know, しかし彼女は俺の方が向かない so yeah, so it's like I wasn't shouting. It's not like I was shouting, but I was used an appropriately loud voice. However, she didn't turn around. Okay, let's see. I think that again we gotta make sure we don't get too caught up on it. But I spoke at a loud but not yelling volume. That's fine to me. But she didn't turn around. Is my goal to make this as close to native Japanese as possible, one-to-one translation, or a mix between the two? Well, the goal is to be, let's put it this way. I don't want it to be unnecessarily derivative, right? That's a good way to put it. If, you know, we want to be as accurate as we can be, but we don't want to be such a stickler to the point where we're making it like weird, like we're just like making contrived sentence structures that don't really work very great in English. We wanna be correct, but not super stickler. Like, you know, I want you to not misunderstand what happens in the scene or have like them say something that literally they just didn't say. But you know, if we're like wording something to make it sound nicer, but they're saying the same exact thing, we'll be fine with that. So yeah, it's a mix, but it's like the general premise will be to make it not unnecessarily derivative. You know, if we're gonna make changes from one to one, we're going to have a reason for it, and that reason needs to be, you know, it could be because it could sound better, but it needs to be a reason. It can't just be because like I just want to change it. And that was kind of the attitude with the video series 2. It's just that sometimes I would go so fast that I wouldn't really spend a lot of time to really think too much about what exactly the correct best thing to say would be, but we'll kind of, yeah. It's a balancing act, right? I think you'll find that I kind of go back and forth on that a lot. But generally, again, like we don't want to make stuff up, right? Sometimes you see in translations, people literally just make things up because they think it'd be funny or whatever. And I'm not a fan of that, so we're gonna not do that. So I spoke at a loud but not yelling volume, right? Good example would be like, I guess, this. A loud but not yelling volume, but she didn't turn around. And it's impressive not good at translating Japanese. Well, it certainly is a skill you have to build up. I think that is a different sentence. We can do a different sentence there, because it is a little weird that it... However, she didn't turn around, right? Or she didn't turn to face me. She didn't turn towards... She didn't turn around. Right, this is another thing, right? I think this right, turn around, turn to face me, you know, you could argue that, like, well, what if she's looking off to, like, the side and not backwards, not back-turned or something, but, you know... It's like, does that really matter, you know? And I think turn to, like, face me sounds weird. Or it can be too wordy sometimes, but... Okay, we don't want to spend too long on that. Or, like, I spoke at a loud but not yelling volume, right? Like, technically, it's like, it's not as if I yelled, but I spoke in an appropriately loud voice, right? That's, like, nobody says that way in English. However, she didn't turn around. Did she not hear me? Hikoete nai no ka? It's maybe she didn't hear me. Right. Again, I think I did a lot of things where I would intentionally like made the dialogue more brief in episode 1 patch, which we don't really want to do anymore. All right, here goes. Well, all right, here goes. It's like, it's actually more like, in that case, let's, you know, this time or this time, you know. Alright, maybe alright, here goes. Or alright, here goes maybe is not. Let's actually be more faithful, right? So it's like, in that, maybe she didn't hear me. In that case, this time, in that case, how about, let's not have even this time, right? Like, you know, in that case, this time, or in that case, nothing. In that case, right, like, we have to consider whether or not, you know, like, what would you say in English? Like, would you say, in that case, this time I'll, or, I think he would just say, in that case, yeah. Then he yells at Nagamori-san. 1648. Wait a minute. Where are we? 1644. 1645, 1646. Okay, I'm sorry, I was a little off track. It's always making sure I'm not in the wrong spot. Nagamori. S-A-A-A-A-N. Nagamori-san. 聞こえてる。大声は出さないで。So yeah, I heard you. She just said I heard you, right? But like, you know, contextually, you know, I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time. Don't be so loud. Don't use a loud voice, right? Ah, ごめん。こっちを見なかったからさ。気づいてないのかと思って。So it's, yeah, it's like, sorry, you know, it's because you didn't, you know, look towards me. You know, I had thought that you didn't notice me. So I think this line is fine. You didn't turn around. And I'll also try to be a little more confident and not having to like double check everything in the preview text box unless I need to, because that will also speed us up. So I thought you didn't notice me. Alright, this is mitaku nakatta dake. Yeah, so it's like I didn't want to look at you, it's all. それよりもあまり構わないでもらえる. So it's like, anyway, don't pay me too much mind. Or you know, okay, like question, like request to, could you please not pay so much mind to me, right? So this is also good. Again, we want to try to make sure that we don't make Nagamori or Yamato come off as like, as harsh as I kind of interpreted her to be, because it's not that she's necessarily being harsh. But that she's being like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like, if you know how the game turns out, or like later on in the game you kind of understand where Yamato's coming from a little more. So, you know, I interpret it always as very harsh, but like it doesn't necessarily mean that. It's not always necessarily like that. So we want to make sure. But I think I didn't want to notice you is good. Is good. I didn't want to notice you. Is all. Sorimorimo, so it's like, anyway, don't pay. Let's see, don't pay so much attention to me, or like, please don't pay me much mind. I think don't pay so much attention to me is fine. Again, let's not question it. Yeah. How are we doing? Okay, good. Also, I need to make sure that I have the chat in a better place so I do not have the incident from last time where I did not notice that chat had frozen. Let's put it there. There we go. Sono koto言うの言うなよ。クラスメートだし、それに同じ日に転校してきた社同士だろ So it's like, don't say that. Yeah, don't say such things, right? We're classmates. And also, we transferred, like, we're fellows. We are fellow, like, people and having transferred on the same day, right? But, you know, I think I understood we both transferred together, right? As opposed to the same day. It was, like, better, more concise, right? So, and also just better wording, right? We're classmates. And we both transferred together, right? Again, like the criteria I really need to use is we will copy what the episode 1 patch says unless I notice something that really stands out, right? Right, I did actually think a lot through episode 1, even though I did do it kind of quickly. So we want to make sure that we don't lose all that effort I put into like thinking it, because I did put like a non-trivial amount of effort into thinking about how to have it sound nice, right? We don't want to lose that just because it's like, oh, it's not as accurate, but it's like 99% accurate, right? So yes, but okay. だからなんでっていうの? どうせ忘れるんだから? Okay. So again, I had gotten this mixed up between video series and the patch. Whether or not she was saying whether she would be the one that would forget things or you would be the one to forget things, protagonist. And yeah, it's pretty clear, I think, that it's going to be, like, yeah, it's clear now that it's, you know, you, as in the protagonist, will forget, so. Dakara. Now, she doesn't say just what do you want me to say. Like, then what do you want me to say? More in direct response to what he's saying, right? You're just going to forget all this anyway. That should still fit. I mean, the only thing we're adding is ... right? You're just going to forget all this anyway. You're on the right spot. We're still on. I think we get stopped when, yeah, the person calls you out, whether that be Konata, Miyuki, Sakasa. ちょっと待ってよ。それどういう意味? You know, hold on. What do you mean? What's that mean? What do you mean by what is? Yeah, we maybe want to have some more like, what is that supposed to mean, right? Hey, wait a second. Wait. Hey, wait. Or it's like, wait. Because we're not like waiting for her. It's just more like, hold the phone, right? Like what was that? It's like, wait, what's that supposed to mean? Or it's like, maybe chotte mate yo. So what do I do outside of translation? Well, I mean, my daytime job is I'm a programmer. I work on like embedded system stuff for like in the aviation. I don't want to get too much detail, but like I work like in the aviation industry doing like embedded system stuff. So, but I mean, outside of like the work and stuff, I mean, it's mostly like I play. I don't know. I'm pretty normal weeb type person, I guess. I like play games and whatnot. Play video games, just hang out. Nothing too crazy. Alright, so... Let's not get too hold up, right? Wait a minute. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Or what's that? What do you mean by that? Oi! First name, Kun. But first name, remember his last name because of the name order switch. Oh, wait. Where we are... Yeah, it's... gonna... This is a jump, right? So we want to go back. So I'm gonna quick load. And see the names have like the little gaps in it because of the patch didn't fix that. But the new patch will, so we'll be good there. Alright, we're gonna do walk away now. Tachisaru. Wait, no, I picked the wrong choice. 邪魔しちゃ悪いかな。声をかけるのはやめとこう。Let me guess, using C software, DWW. Yes, it's all in C, right? All my work I do is in C. Because embedded systems, right, if you work in that kind of field, like, C is like kind of the standard. Especially if you work like in safety critical stuff, which is what I do. It's, you gotta... The thing with C is that C is kind of like a very known quantity, right? It's been around for a long time. So, even though you might hear all this sort of stuff about, like, in the world about how other languages are, like, more safe and C is dangerous, right? Like, people like C because it's a very known quantity. Like, you know, you can be very confident that, like, yeah, but anyway. Anyway, yeah, don't want to get too much into that sort of thing because it's like IRL stuff, dude. You can't be divulging too much, but you know, don't worry about it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't bother her. So, so you know, it's like we would, yeah. So the only thing we kind of cut out here was that I cut out like, let's quit. Or I'll stop. I'll give up on calling out to her, right? And I can see why I cut that. Yeah. So we cut that out. Then we want to keep it. Yeah, because he just kind of just says like extra information that we don't. You don't really say like I gave up on calling out to her. Like that's kind of weird. Like we already know he did that, right? So we'll just keep the ... Maybe I shouldn't bother her. Are we in the right spot? Let's always make sure about that. Nani o shiteru no ka wa shiranai ga. So it's like, I don't know what she's doing, but Nagamori-san wa sakura no ki no doko ka shinken na men mochi de men mochi mitsumete iru. So she's staring. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing, but she's staring at some part of the cherry blossom tree with a serious expression, right? So. And I kept it as cherry blossom tree, right? Like, I think I did, right? Wait, if we go up. Yeah, cherry blossom tree. So, you know, we kept it as I don't know why versus I don't know what she's doing. I guess because it, like, you know, English, you wouldn't really say it that way, right? Because it's like, well, you do know what she's doing. She's looking at the tree, right? But you don't know why. He's really saying, like, I don't know why she's doing that, right? Why is she doing that? So, men mochi, is that a new, let's make sure about that word, because I think they, like, contextually, it's pretty clear what that is, but is men mochi a word? Mochi. Men mochi, oh, omo mochi. Omo mochi means expression, didn't know that. Right, another thing, I'll make sure to do, is that when I went off stream, I was, updating my Anki deck with, like, words that I didn't. Yeah, we'll add new words. I add new words to my Anki deck so I can remember to learn them. Omomochi. So I'll have to do it off screen, but yeah, there we go. Study it later so I don't forget it. I don't know why exactly, but she's looking at some part of the cherry blossom tree with a serious expression. Yeah, Anki is fire. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Or it's like, it almost feels like it's magic, right? Like, oh, if I put in Anki, I'll surely like learn the word, but like if I don't, it's like way harder. It's magic. There was many times I like got frustrated with Anki and I would like purge my Anki decks, but like it was always a mistake. I always come back and be like, no, I need it. It's so much easier to learn words when I have Anki. So. Oh wait, okay, let's make sure I'm not losing track of where we are. それに早くしないと休み時間が終わるしな。教室に戻らないと. So also it's not anyway so much, it's more like also. But I think it's because like contextually, you know, he's saying also, but like he's kind of like following up the idea that he should like not bother her. So I think I thought that like, yeah, anyway fit better like to kind of tie into the previous dialogue line rather than like the 1-2 lines ago. I've gotta, maybe we can say hurry because he does say hayaku shinaito. I gotta hurry back to the class. I gotta hurry back to the class to the classroom. Let's again not exclude details for no reason. Right, I've gotta hurry back to the classroom before break time is over. Anyway, I gotta hurry back to the classroom before break time's over. Break time is over. Before break time ends. Anyway, I've got to hurry back to the classroom before break time ends. Before break time is over. We'll go with that. And then I think they're gonna... Now, Madono Naito... The thing is, Madono Naito in Japanese kind of works well as like a trailing off thing, because it's gonna probably lead into Konitsa interrupting, right? Oh no, not so much actually. Okay, not actually. So we're gonna... I don't know why they have the trailing there. The trailing there's in Japanese, but like when it works so great in English, so... And I ended up finding that when I re-reviewed what I was doing from the last work stream. It was like, sometimes keeping the trailing off things like is just a bad idea. Which I knew in episode 1 and I second guessed it in the last work stream. You know, Japanese likes to trail off in many places where you just don't trail off in English. I gotta hurry back to the classroom before break time's over. So kokoro, kokoro, is that? I don't know. I'm starting to always more second guess the things I see. It's like that heart, right? So kokoro. So I guess yeah. So kokoro o kimete aruki dasou to shita toki. So it's like with that, yeah, with my mind made up, I start walking away. When... And right, we're in the right spot. Okay, good. With my mind made up, I start walking away when... maybe we have the dash dash instead of the dot dot dot. Hey, okay. And we're gonna go back. Doshio kamayo. Not sure what to do. 声をかけるのは Yeah 声をかけるのは少し照れくさいよなでも何も言わないのもな Yeah, so it's the same idea. It's like, yeah, to call out to her, be 少し照れくさいな a bit embarrassing or kind of awkward is a good way to say that でも何も言わないのもな like, but not saying anything is also something, right? Like trails off, but you know. So also, why does that have no 1657? Okay, I'm on the right. 1659. Wait a minute, what? 1658? Did I mess something up? 1658 has the... is that line. What'd I do? 1655 is this line. 1656 is the line about break time being over. Oh, did I... that was weird. I can't believe I did that. I ended up putting this line. I did two... yeah, like I accidentally made one line, two lines for some reason. That's why you gotta always check. Okay, and then we're gonna do that. Okay, 1658, we're in the right spot again. Yeah, this work is so, like, error prone. That's what I was hoping to do with the improvements to the text preview. But again, like, not actually as easy as it would seem to make a program like that. Alright. It'd be kind of awkward to call out to her, but to not say anything. So, 今日知り合いあったばっかりの女の子、どの風に、接したら？いや、接したらいいものか、いいものか、やはり悩んでしまう。What is that? This is 接する, right? Like to attend to. Or set, yeah, to receive, make touch, contact. I think I have this word in my Anki already. Sasuru. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. I knew it. So yeah, it's a girl I met. She's a girl I just met. どんな風に接したらいいのか? What sort of manner of approaching her would be good? I'm obviously like unsure of, right? So yeah, that wording is pretty good, right? She's a girl I just met. I can't help but... Now it says I can't help but like be unsure, right? But it's like kind of worrying in general, so I think paranoid is fine. Even though it's not exactly what he said. Best way to approach her, right? So we're saying paranoid to be like he's really like constantly like, oh, what you know, unsure about it, right? Which is what the Nande Yande Shimao says. もうちょっと様子見てるか。けど、休み時間もあと少ししかないし。I'll watch for a bit longer. Like, I'll look at the situation for a bit longer, I guess, right? The ka has like I guess it part. Maybe include that. I guess I'll watch for a bit longer. So it's like, but there's not much time. Like break time won't last much longer, right? But there's not that much more break time. There's only a little bit of break time left, is what he says. I guess I'll watch for a bit longer. Maybe same sentence. I guess I'll watch for a bit longer, but break time. I guess I'll watch for a bit longer, but break time is about. Is it true that you limited the game because you didn't translate the full thing? I was trying to play, but I can only do Miyuki, Tsukasa, and Konoto routes. Am I doing something wrong? So yes, that is true. I did limit the game because the whole game hadn't been translated in patch form. So that's why. Like if you had like hacked your way past it or like loaded a save file that was past that point, there wouldn't be anything. Like it would have just been a bunch of blank text boxes. So that's, yeah. You know, the limitation wasn't arbitrary like it really was. Like there was there wasn't anything more there. Like that's all I had done at that point. At least again in patch form, right? The video series at that point was like in episode 5, but yeah. But I guess I'll watch for a bit longer, but break time is about to end. So, because it has Naishi, like, the break time is about to end, so... Let's see how that looks, because that is a newish writing of that line. Guess I'll watch for a bit longer, but break time is about to end, so... I was also confused for a few hours on how to continue, but I eventually figured it out after comparing my game to the playthrough. Yeah, and I think, you know, since even these patch releases are going to be, like, not the whole game, it'll be only up to a certain point. I'm definitely going to make it more explicit in the game itself. Like, if you pick the choice that takes you, like, past the end, I probably am going to, like, have some sort of message being like, no, that's it, that's the end, there's no more right now, come back later. So, because I do get asked that question a lot of like, why isn't there more, like why can't I progress? So よし、あと30秒以内に名古さんがこっちを向いたらその時を話しかけよう。So yeah, he does. Yeah, if within the next 30 seconds, Nagamori-san like faces this way, at that moment, I will try to talk to her. So, good line translation there. All right, if Nagamori-san turns around in the hey, Too Real, great to see ya. I think you went by a different name, but I do recognize your profile picture. So great to see you. Yeah, it's a tedious process, but it's how it is. Next 30 seconds. I'll try talking to her. I'll try stalking her? Oh, that's what I almost typed, but although, wait a minute. Konata, 1660. Did I mess up again? Yeah, 1660. Oh my gosh, what did I do this time? Again, tedious. Oh, I skipped. How does this keep happening? This didn't happen last stream. Almost let that slip, as in like you noticed, or like you're just saying that like I almost missed it. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're talking about my stalking comment. Okay, so this is the correct thing. 1662 has... That's good going. I can see the consistency keep going. I almost missed it. Yeah, I did almost. Well, yeah. Thankfully, the names that SXG's already been saving us. I can see that Konata is supposed to be the next line, and it's like, wait a minute, Konata's not speaking. Why is that? Right, so it's actually been saving me. 1662. So this is, yeah, kette o aite. Kette o aite ni. Oh, this is like some weird wording, but. This word. Yeah, I kind of sometimes regret. Yudaneru. Okay, yudaneru. So we're gonna have to Anki that. So, yeah, I do kind of regret. Back when I first did the video series and all that, I didn't really. I kind of just looked up words and then just kind of was like, oh yeah, I'll just remember them, right? Or I don't need to worry about it. But then you realize all the gaps in your knowledge. And especially once you start doing it, once you start just adding words that you like need to look up and just adding them to Anki and whatnot, you find that like the words that you add start to show up all the time. So it's like it's like, oh man, you see the gains on it like almost immediately a lot of the time. It feels that way at least. Okay. So kette or what was the yudaneru, right? Yudanete. Kette o aite ni yudanete. So it's like leaving the kette. Kette is like the deciding like result, right? The decision. Yeah. So leaving the decision to her, in this case, like leaving whether or not she's gonna look over to her. Watashi wa hon no skoshi. If you're not using it, you won't retain it, right? That's definitely true. And you know. Anki is again like it forces you to use it a little bit. It forces you to use it enough to remember. So kette o aite ni yudanete ore wa hon no skoshi motsu koto ni shita. Sono toki. So it's like leaving the rest to her. I decide to wait for a little bit longer. Sono toki at that time, like as I had been doing that, right? But you know, but then is probably like more how people would say that in English. You know, sono toki at that time. So we will again not be so brief anymore, but leaving the rest to her. I decided to wait a bit longer. But then let's see how that looks in the text box. But then, how long have actually we made it through the first decision, right? How long have been streaming? Why does it not tell me that? About an hour, but that includes the pre-stream, so I think we're going faster a little bit. As long as we're going faster. Oi, name Kun. First name Kun. Hey. And then that's L, because it's the last but really first name. Kun, 1, 2, 3, and there we go. So turning around towards the voice, right? But like, again, that's kind of implicitly there. We don't need to add that detail necessarily. There was Konato-san Konato-san was standing there. Alright, see ya, Cope, you all. Thanks for coming out. Yeah, like, I expect people to mostly just come in, come out, or whatever, because it is going to be actually working this time. more so than talking, but I'll still talk if people want to talk. But yeah. Just a chill hanging out place, right? Turning around. Oh, wait a minute, what did I do? Oh, okay, I see. I pressed Alt and I like see things change and it's like, what's going on? But it's hiding like the toolbar or something. There we go. Oh my gosh, what is... Turning around. Hey, Liquid Konata. Hope you had success playing that, whatever, like, was it Suika game type thing, but with HoloLive characters? Whatever that was, I hope you succeeded in your goal. I see Kanata-san standing behind me. You know, I guess he doesn't see her. Oh, you need to like, I'm winner. Well, guess that means you did it, so. Congratulations. See Kanata standing behind me, so. Yeah, I mean, like, he just says that Konata-san is standing behind me, but, like, you know. このとこ、こんなところでどうしたの？道に迷っちゃった？ What are you doing here? What are you doing in a place like this, right? Where, you know, did you get lost? So, yeah, pretty accurate. Did you get lost? And reading. Make sure this is the right Konata dialogue, right? Yeah. Yeah, soじゃなくてNagamori-sanが So it's like, no, it's not that. It's just, it's not that. Instead, it's, you know, Nagamori-san is something, right? No, I didn't, right? And again, for those who are joining in and out, right, we're trying to go a little faster, so I'm being a little less critical of my previous translation, but don't worry. I think I had it, yeah, I'm being less critical, but we're still going to make sure that we're making improvements when we need to, right? I can see why I did dash dash instead of dot dot dot, because I think he's going to like get cut off. It's not like trailing words, it's like he's going to get cut off because he's going to notice that Nagamori-san is not there. I think, right? Is that how that goes? Or rather, Konitsu's going to like cut him off. Nagamori-san, どこにも行けないけど. But, like, Nagamori-san, but, you know, Kedo being like, you do realize, like, she's giving you information. Like, it's like, you do realize she's not there, right? But that's kind of more baked into the Japanese in a way that's a little more subtle, so. It's just gonna end up as, like, Nagamori-san, you know, Nagamori-san, but she's not here. You know, again with some implication that she's like informing him, right? Like you realize she's not here, right? Eh? Okay. So again, we're gonna also consider as we're gonna keep huh. Keep huh. I don't know, I always felt that comes off like weird in English, unless like it's like in Japanese, like in anime, like like, you know, like people know what that's level out, but like, you know, the kind of feels like old man kind of thing in English, so. Hello, Couscous, great to see you. Sakura no ki no Muki Naori, so Muki Naori, like restoring my looking at the tree, right? Looking back towards it. Or turning back towards it, right? Turning to face, right? Ore wa kotoba o ushinatta. So like my words were lost. I lost my words, right? I was at a loss for words. Unless it's Canadian English, right? I guess, yeah, I guess Canadians might say more. Turning back towards the cherry blossom tree. I was at a loss for words. Are? いつの間にかいなくなっている. It's like, you know, huh? Like when did she disappear, right? Is actually what he said. Like at what point did she go away, right? さっきまでそこにいたのに. So it's like up until just recently she was there, but you know, like Noni being like even though she was just there just recently. So it's like, yeah, where did she go? People would say that, right? She was there just a second ago. So yeah, we'll keep that. again, I don't want to say this until like I'm blue in the face, or that's not actually the right. I don't want to say it too much, right? But again, right? We want to, unless we see obvious issues, we don't want to just rush to like change everything for no reason. We'll keep the dots because it's kind of like he's like takes some moment to like say, what? Where did she go? She was just there. Yeah, it's like over there. She was just there. Because it's Soko, not Asoko, right? Implies it's a little closer than Asoko would be. She was just there a moment ago. She was over there just a second ago. She was just there, let's say a moment ago. She was just there a moment ago. She was just there a second ago. People say second more often, right? Soko te Hoshisakura no ki no toko? So it's like by there, you mean the Star Sakura tree? Darimo inakatta yo. Like there wasn't anybody there. You know, like unless like implied like, you know, there was never anybody there because obviously yeah. There wasn't anybody there. So maybe we'll be a little more literal by there. Do you mean the Star Sakura tree? And we have to add the backslashes because of C, but it'll end up looking like that. So it fits on the line. By there, do you mean the Star Sakura tree? There was never anybody there. There was never anybody there. And then instead of anyone, I guess. There was never anybody there. There never anybody there. There was never anybody there. There was never anybody there. I'm adding the no. 隠れてるかとか Yeah. So it's like, yeah, but she went somewhere, didn't she, right? But she had to go somewhere, right? Masaka, like, could she be hiding or something, right? Masaka. Masaka is kind of more like a could she be rather than she must be. Could she be hiding or something? And the trailing off, ... この木の上のとか? Dore. It's like up in this tree, like up in this tree. But, you know, it's more like the tree because, you know, we already established what tree they're talking about. Like up in the tree. Dore. Right, I'm correct to say that is like what? Like, let's see, right? Dore. Yeah, people always Say it that way, right? Let's see. Yeah, Sasuga Soriwa. So it's like, yeah, no, like Sasuga being like kind of like obviously that would be, you know, Soriwa. So yeah, no, that wouldn't make any. It's fine. Are? Nebuiteru. Ne. Now I know this word because I remember it, but like I don't think I had it in my Anki, so. Let's see, it's nebuku, right? It means like to bud. No, ne. Oh, not ne, but nebuku, right? To bud, right? Yeah, right. I still like to add words that I actually do kind of know still, but just for documentation. Because it's kind of fun to see how many words you've like collected in Anki as well. この木枯れてなかったんだ. So this tree didn't wither. Okay, this seems like, because I wrote it as looks like this tree didn't, I got rid of like the pause in the dialogue, so I think it might be worth examining the let's pause the music. It's worth considering whether the voice delivery is important here. I see why, because she doesn't really pause all that long in the voice delivery. So that's why I went with that. So it's like this tree, this tree didn't wither. Like, so this tree didn't wither. But the after all is because we know that, like, contextually she had, like, known that in the past. Like, this is something that people had just known that the tree had withered. Huh? It's budding. Looks like this tree didn't wither after all. Wither after all. But at this time of year, in this part of the country, you know, localized entirely in the Row High School courtyard. You know, 考えても外れ like is a little bit more certain than isn't it the wrong season for that. It's like no matter how you think about it, like no matter how you can rationalize it, like it's out of it is out of season, right? So let's see if we can have a stronger way to say that. May I see it? No. At this time of year. Steamed Oto size? Well, like steamed cherry blossoms, right? But at this time of year? Yeah, this is kind of like I'm sure, Hazureja. Out of season. No matter how you think about it, it's out of season. In the courtyard, yeah. Okay. This time of year, it's entirely the wrong season though, or it's like it's totally out of season. It's like entirely the wrong season. At this time of year, it's It's total. It's entire. It's like it's the entire. It's it's entire. It's the complete wrong. It's like. I can see why I went with "Isn't it the wrong season" for that, because it's like. But at this time of year, it's entirely the wrong season. We're in the complete, like we're in the complete wrong season for that. Okay, let's see. But at this time of year, we're in the complete wrong season. We're completely in the wrong season for that. I think is maybe what people would say. We're completely in the wrong. We're completely in the wrong season for that. How's that fit? Is that? But at this time of year, it's entirely the wrong season for that. I think is gonna sound the best. It's entirely the wrong season for that, right? Because it's very assertive, compared with what I had before. Or he's like kind of unsure. Sugoi na. Hoshizakura no ki nante. What is it? Namae dake na. Like arikamo, right? Word that I, again, once out of my ear, right? In one ear, out the other way back then. We're a little further down, right? Where that word shows up. I mean, obviously, I'm like the word means like grand, right? Like I can tell from context / kanji it uses and stuff, but I just want to make sure. Taiso, very extremely, right? Not that Taiso. Right? Taiso also is like, you know, exercise and whatnot. Different word. Very extremely, exceedingly, greatly, terribly, splendid, impressive, right? So yeah, I like that. Ooh, this is so cool. It might actually live up to a name as grand as the Star Sakura tree. Yeah, that will work. Okay, the ... though. I think the ooh is kind of like, I have to see whether that makes sense given the voice acting. They do have a really noticeable pause there. And it's kind of like, this is great. This is really, it's like, this is really something. I guess is probably a better way to, because it's not like, it's just, ooh, this is so cool. It's more like, this is really something. It's really something. Yeah, it's probably more like that, right? Get the music back. This is really something. It might actually live up to a name. Is grand. As the Star Sakura tree. Alright. Hoshizakura no ki. Star Sakura tree. この学校が建てられた時に生えたんだって。生えた。Is that 生え? Like 生える to plant? I think that's right. It feels right. To plant. Ueru. Oh my gosh. Ueru, wrong word. Thinking of the wrong thing. Do I have that? I do not. Okay. To plant, to grow, to raise, to... Yeah, that'll work. On that note, have I added tateru to my list of words at this point? Tateru is a common word, but like... Not that tateru. No, I have not. So yeah, I guess we'll be also slowed down by me like doing Anki word adding off screen. It's part of the process. It's part of the process because you build up, we add these words so that way I become more confident in my abilities. Can work faster going forward, right? And right? So yes, this tree was planted back when the school was first built, right? There's no first built part, but you know, back when it was built, right? Yeah. This tree was planted back when the school was first built. Not built. でもかなり昔に彼だって黒井先生が言ってたんだけどな。But, you know, it had wilted quite a long time ago. According, you know, but it wilted a long time ago. That's what Kuroi Sensei said. So yeah, according to Kuroi Sensei, it wilted a long time ago. It's perfectly good. Or この学校の七不思議の一つとか Yeah, so it's like, could this be とか So yeah, it is. So it's like one of the school's 7 wonders. Right, and 7 wonders, right? It's like the cultural thing, right? Like the seven wonders of a school. The 7 like key things that are like, you know, kind of like the key features, like the key things to look at. Okay. So I guess this is like one of these schools' 7 wonders. Okay, その話は教室に戻ってからからね。休み時間そろそろ終わるよ。So it's like we'll talk more like this conversation, right? This conversation once after getting back to the classroom. Sumichikan is break time's about to end, right? We'll talk more once we get back to the classroom. Break time's almost over. Ah, 忘れてた。このさ、教室まで、案内よろしく。Right, so it's like, このさん, lead me to the classroom, right? But we know they're going to the classroom, so that's why I had translated it as lead the way, right? Ah, I forgot. What's on lead the way? Makasetamae! Shikari surete kurundayo. So it's like shikari, like, yeah, like, follow me, you know, shikari, right? Shikari being like tightly, like, you know, like, you gotta really try at it, right? Like, try your best to keep up is pretty good. And we have our little music note. Try your best to keep up. And that, yeah, takes us to the end of that scene. But, yep, if you had, maybe the quick save will still take us there. Good. Or no, we actually have to go back because as the scene differs, right, depending on whether or not you met each of the respective 3 girls on the way to school, so. Okay, it doesn't really matter what you say on this one, but. Yeah. It's like really early on in the game. They have so. I almost was under the impression that, like, because the 3 characters you can romance at the beginning of the game are Konata, Miyuki, and Tsukasa. Like, I thought that, like, the route, like, starts here in a way, right? Like, it's like... But it does actually kind of diverge, or converge soon after this point, but, yeah, like, for now, it's like quite a few scenes are different based off of who you initially ran into. Okay, so we have to get to there. Ah, first name song. Or it's, oh, first name song. Oh, and we'll have the dot dot dots because that's what they have. L song, right? And it says Miyuki Takara. Let's make sure that that is correct. 1685. Wait a minute, did I mess that up? Also, wait a minute. There's like 2 things that are weird about this. Miyuki in this part, in this, I had forgotten to give her the name title on that one. That's interesting. Okay, so sono koe ni ushiro o furikareba Miyuki-san ga tateta. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? For Konata. Is it even? It's like literally the same, right? So maybe I should just copy paste it just to make sure it's the same thing. Or does that even? We'll just committed. Let's do it. Where's Konata? Right there. Yeah. Okay. And it is. I remember in my playthrough, the first couple of scenes were with Miyuki, but then I got the Konata ending. Yeah, because these scenes don't actually like contribute to which route you end up on. They just, yeah, they're just like for the intro part is a little different. I would think it would be Konata, Kagami, Tsukasa, Miyuki first, but no Kagami route. Yeah, they kind of had Kagami like as like the, she's like a tsundere, so she's like harder, right? And so they made her the very last one in the whole game. So, yeah, she's like episode. She'll be in episode 5 patch, so quite a ways away. But, yeah, they made her like a secret, not a secret, but like a. They made her hard to get. I think if the Konata is the easiest one to get, yes, you default to Konata. Konata's the default one if you don't meet the criteria for any of the other ones. Okay, or not Kanetsu-san, where you see Miyuki-san, right? Okay, and then yeah, I had forgotten the name tag on this one. No, I made that. Okay. She is the final boss. What are you, so kono tokoro de dou saremashita? So it's like, what are you doing here? What are you doing in a place like this? Again, same idea. Nanika sakashi desu ka? Nanika, yeah, so are you looking for something? What are you doing here? Are you looking for something? Perhaps a speed up technique I'll have to employ if it's not too difficult is I do have the script files for episode 2. I should still have it. It's not in this format, it's a little bit of a different format, so I'd have to do some conversions, but it might be a good time save to literally just have like it copy paste lines from there into here. So that way for lines where I say it's the same, we can literally just keep it the same, like we literally don't even have to actually type it in again. That could be a pretty big time save for episode 1. Like once we get into parts that haven't been translated yet, it's not gonna, or we have to like look at the video series to refer to it, like it's not gonna work, but for this part it will certainly save us a lot of time. Just wondering how the Ayano route in the manga, well, they do handle it in a certain way, and yeah, you'll see. They do handle it with consideration for that, but you'll have to see how that is dealt with. Yeah, そういうわけじゃなくて、like Mori-sanが No, nothing like that. It's just Nagamori-san. But nobody's here. There's nobody here. Or no, there was no data. I see why, because it kind of does have a trailing off feeling in Japanese. But there's nobody here. Eh? Huh? Sakura, yeah, I was at a loss for words. It's literally the same line, so. Oh, I even messed up on the name tag there. Thankfully, we will never have mistakes like that anymore because I fixed it with the script. I know rejection route speedrun. Interesting. I will stay quiet on that because it seems people do not know what happens, but yeah, I know route is handled differently, so. Turning back towards the cherry blossom tree. I was at a loss for words. Literally the same. Oh my gosh, literally the same line. Yeah, they copied it. Literally the same line. So maybe we want to make sure that it's the same exact line as I had it. Even though I think I kept it the same. Okay. Second ago. I had it a second ago, didn't I? I kept it that way. Oh, where'd she go? She was just there a second ago. So So it's like, yeah, maybe she had something, right? Maybe there was something that she had to do. So maybe something came up is fine. I think we'll do perhaps. Perhaps is definitely more of a Miyuki thing to say. Perchance. Clearly, Ayano gets a harem. I haven't seen that row yet. Yeah, clearly. Threesome between Ayano, protagonist, and her boyfriend. Perhaps something came up. Or perhaps she had to do something. She had to do something. Perhaps she had to go do something. Let's say, yeah. Perhaps she had to, go do something. Yeah. Though, even when I called out to you, there wasn't anyone there. So, yeah. 何もしてんでしたよ。どこに行ったんだ? Yeah, same line again, so. Again, they copied the line, so. Gotta copy it here. Kono木の上にではありませんよね。So maybe up in the tree? No, not there. Well, she doesn't say maybe up in the tree. She says up in the tree. Maybe up in the tree? Let's have the ... because it's kind of like maybe up in the tree. Like, no, not there. Yeah. Maybe up in the tree? Oh, I actually see why I did it that way. Because it's like I moved the ... to a different spot. So if I think fit better with what... Yeah. So no, not there. Sasuga ni sore wa... Yeah, I wouldn't expect her to be. I got that. Yeah, obviously that would, you know. Or let's see. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't expect her to be. Yeah, obviously that would be. We can keep that. I wouldn't expect her to be. Obviously, that's a little. You could argue slightly not faithful, right? But like, you know, such a minor thing, right? Ara, Sumumi ga Sakura-san, tate ari dattan desu ne. That's not right. Tate ari is not what that how you pronounce that for sure. It's build plus aru. Build plus exist. Or no, not kenko. Kenzai, right? Yeah, completely. Kenzai, which means you're in good health, right? Not that Kenzai. My Aki. In good health, alive and well, going strong. Ara, somebody got. So receive live and well. Yep. Man. In a way it's good, and in a way it's also like, yeah. We have been copying quite a bit. But, you know, this scene has been pretty good, so. Just further justifying the need to maybe make the script to copy this for me. So we can just go through it and then see like, oh, that's good enough, and then not have to do that. Star Sakura. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Star Sakura. Star Sakura no ki. この桜の名前です. Star Soccer Tree is the name of this. Yeah, is the name of this star. Yeah. So she's like, Star Soccer Tree. That's the name of this tree. Or that's the name of this sakura, right? So, but in English, you wouldn't really say it that way, so. Is the name of this cherry blossom tree. So なんだ。というか、この季節につぼみどう考えても季節は外れじゃ。So it's the same thing with the out of season comment. He's being a bit more assertive than I had translated it as. I see. But buds at this time of year? Then let's go back up to copy what I had said there. It's entirely the wrong season for that. So in variously. Hey, Ayumi. Great to see ya. So, Iwakutsuki, admittedly, word that I don't remember. So we will, but obviously it's related to its varied history, right? Yeah, Iwakutsuki does actually mean with an interesting history, right? Iwakutsuki. Iwakutsuki. Oh, Iwaku. Okay. An interesting history story. Irito. So, yeah, this is a tree with quite the interesting history. It is definitely fine with me. Tada, Kuroi sensei からはかなり前に借りてしまったと聞いていたのですが。So, but Tada is like just, but like, she is kind of like summarizing, right? It's more not according to Kuroi sensei, but it's like I heard from Kuroi sensei, so. But we'll keep the but in short part. But in short, I had heard from Kuroi sensei. Does that fit on the line? It should, but make sure. Sorry about that. Sneezed. But in short, I had heard from Kuroi sensei that this tree had withered a long time ago. Yeah, it's not really supposedly, it's more like that she just had heard it. And I had heard from Kuroi sensei that this tree had withered a long time ago. Iwakutsuki ne. So it's like indeed, that is certainly an interesting history, right? So, that is interesting. Demo, mada kenzai no you de. anshin shimashita. But it's still in, yeah, it still seems to be healthy, so that's a relief, yeah. However, it still seems to be healthy, so that's a relief. Hey Cheese, haven't seen you before. Welcome. Don't order no. Props to you for translating this. I've never even seen, or never ever seen Lucky Star. Well, it's always now. But yes, this game is kind of a hidden gem among Lucky Star media. So I'm hoping that by translating it, yeah, well, I've already translated it, but I'm hoping that by making an English patch for it, it'll encourage people to check it out, and they'll come to realize how awesome it is. So it's the mission here. But right now we're going through the what I had already translated, and we're gonna go and clean it up for the English patch, because you know, I had been when I started working on this about like almost 4.5 years ago at this point, I was very different. What was it? I was still very early on in like learning Japanese, so there was a lot that was just incorrect because I just wasn't experienced, or could have been done better. So there's a need to be careful. But let's go. I might watch this after I finish this one anime. Well, the show is certainly very different from this game, but yeah, I would still recommend it. This game is kind of interesting in that it's Lucky Star is an anime that's kind of simple and doesn't have a whole lot going on in it, but this game's kind of like an attempt to do something more ambitious with the game, with the series. So I think you'll find that if you watch the anime and then check out this game, it'll be quite different. So, any knowledge making PS3 games translations? I do not. Yeah, I don't really have any insight to that. It's probably a lot harder because the emulation tools and whatnot wouldn't be nearly as sophisticated for like learning about how the game works and stuff. So, it would certainly be a lot harder, I would think. But yeah, I don't have much knowledge beyond. Yeah, I don't have any knowledge on PS3 game translations. You might be able to get away with doing less like hacking though, like less code changes, because PS3 would be like newer, right? And so you would have some of the development approaches would be different. So you might be able to, for example, luck out and not have to worry about changing the font to be like variable width font or something like that, versus like a lot of the text rendering stuff might be such that you could literally just change the text in some text file somewhere and it would just work. But it depends, right? I hate Lucky Star. There are no stars and nobody's lucky. It's false. Well, not everybody's lucky in Lucky Star, but some people are somewhat, right? Stars were friends with me a long way. Why did I choose the PSP version instead of the PS2 version? Well, the PSP version came out later. Yeah, you can go ahead and send that out, you mean, but the PSP version came out later. It came out like almost 3 years later. It has extra content, and that's the main reason why. The sort of secondary reason is because one of the things that they also changed in the PSP version was so there's like optional mini scenarios in this game. It's like 24 of them. You unlock them throughout the game. And the way that you access them in the PS2 version is terrible, admittedly. Like, it's just garbage. Because the way you'd have to access them in the PS2 version is that once you unlock them, once you met the criteria for them, you would have to enter special names on the title screen. Or on the name selection screen. So you'd have to name yourself like Konatsu Izumi or Kagami Hiragi. Like that, you would have to name your character that in order to get access to them. And the game doesn't tell you when you unlock them. The game doesn't tell you that that's how you access them. And so probably for a lot of people, they just straight up didn't even know that content was in the game. Like the only way you could know is if you had like the guidebook. So it's really terrible. And also, it'd be nasty to enter them like here in the patch because, like, I mean, some names are not going to be enterable because I just don't have enough characters in English. Like, you wouldn't be able to name your character Kagami Hiragi because there's not enough letters. So yeah, it'd be a problem. It's not one that you couldn't completely overcome, but it'd be a bit nasty. Also, some of the names you have to enter are not even like the person's name, like Minoru Shiraishi's. You have to get his mini scenario, which is unlocked near the end of the game. You have to enter like wa wasure mono as your name on the title screen, and that's the only way you access it. So it's like, yeah, it's garbage, right? But like in the PSP version, they did it way better. There's just an extra menu that just tells you, like, that you could just look there, and when you unlock it, it's there, and you can just access it, right? I was busy with Guilty Gear's Rev 2 story mode, but hi. Well, great to see you, Joseph. Yeah, we're just hanging out, so it's no worries. It's no worries that, yeah. Just chilling, right? There's not much to miss, really. We're just talking. I love absurdly cryptic video game requirements, possibly designed to sell guidebooks. Well, that certainly was probably the case here. Because I don't think you would have otherwise had any way of knowing. The game does not tell you anywhere. Okay, so that's a relief. でも俺は今休み時間がそろそろ折れそうで心配なんだけど。So yeah, right now, well, it's like right now, I'm worried because it seems that class break time is about to end, right? Because we're past that thanks to the internet, right? Well, people also, I mean, like, this game came out when, like, YouTube was around, so if you look back, like, when 2008, when this game came out, like, there was videos of people, like, showing you how to unlock different things or whatnot. And there was like Japanese websites. There's a Japanese website that I often refer to that like tells you all sorts of information about the game. So there was a lot of information out there, even back then. But yeah, it was not in the game. Like you had to go search for it. Yeah. Though right now, I'm a bit anxious to get back to class before the break ends. Well, cheese. What was it? Well, I'm like 26, right? So I didn't really dress up as anything, right? Halloween. But yeah, I guess I haven't celebrated Halloween proper in quite a long time, but it sounds like you might have actually, if you dressed up as something, that'd be pretty cool for you to tell us. But yeah. Like the Super Punch-Out multiplayer codes that weren't found until 30 plus years later, yeah. That's actually really crazy that actually was like that. You would think that games like Super Punch-Out and whatnot, or like games that are like Nintendo, like you think everybody would know like everything there is to know about these games, right? But clearly not. Clearly not. I mean, but the thing is, right, is it like, you know, I guess in the case Super Punch-Out, it's like, well, it's a mixture of, you know, who's looking through all the code of the game, right? And also who's, it's probably not, like, obvious, like, where the code is. That. I was just old 80s OVA for Halloween and had this dreamlike atmosphere, and I dressed as Miku. That's pretty cool. Hatsune Miku, right? I would assume. It's a pretty good costume idea. Okay, let me make sure I'm in the right spot. Right now, I'm a bit anxious to get back to class before break ends. Before the break ends or before break ends? Before break time ends? Before the break ends. His Alexa OVA reference, I'm delusional. I'm delusional, okay. Which OVA? which spelt like a coven of witches. Get back to class before break ends. Let's say, well, we've been referring to it as break time, so maybe we should keep it that way. And that's what he says. He says break time, right? Soreo hayaki ite kudasai. Like, you know, you should have, like, tell me that quicker, earlier. Tell me that earlier. So let's get back to class. It's more like, yeah, again, like, you should have told me sooner, right? You should have told me sooner. Let's get back to class. And that's the end of the Miyuki one, so we gotta go back. There we go. So now we have to do Tsukasa, because Tsukasa, you can also run into her, right? And then, oh man, you think it's over, but it turns out the very next scene where you're at lunch, it's like also differs based off of who you talked to initially. How did I learn Japanese? Have you ever been to Japan? Well, never been to Japan. I'd like to go. Kind of have ambitions to go sometime in the next, like, maybe, I don't know, like year or two. Definitely want to go, but never been. But as for how I learned, so, I mean, obviously it's a bit of a long story if you want to get into all of it, but, I mean, it was like textbooks in the beginning, just like to get started. I used the books like Japanese from Zero, which is kind of like it's kind of known for being like the really easy ones, but you know, I was like, I need to make sure that like I can't mess it up. Like, let's take the easiest series and just really master that. And so I did that for like, back then, like they only had 4 books, but they had released 5 as I was learning, so that worked out really nicely. And this was back in like 2019, and after that, I had gained some confidence, and I was like, you know, let's go and learn, because at the time, this was also back when, like, stuff like Matt versus Japan, if you know who that guy is, and, like, other people were really, like, the internet was really, like, picking up on this idea of, like, oh, you learn Japanese by, like, watching anime, like, 24/7 with, like, no subtitles, and you use Anki for everything, and you go crazy. So I got really, like, heavy into that, and would like play games in Japanese. I played like Pokemon Sword and Shield in Japanese and all sorts of other things, and I just kind of brute forced my way through it and tried to learn what I could. And yeah, then I got the idea of like, well, what if I translate a game? Wouldn't that be cool, right? And I came across this game, Rogaku no Otosai. I was like, this game's awesome, so let's translate it. And yeah, so I tried to translate this game, and so it kind of went off from there. I came to love this game, and then, you know, that's like learn Japanese alongside of translating this game. But of course, I ended up becoming too focused on getting the translation done that I actually kind of sacrificed learning Japanese at that point. So that's why even still now I will have to look up words that come from this game, because I didn't learn them all. But yeah, it was mostly only in the very beginning that I used textbooks or anything like that. It was mostly just watch stuff in Japanese and just like learn things as they come up, right? And it's really frustrating in the beginning because it's so hard, and there's so much stuff you have no clue what any of it is. But if you put up with it, you eventually pick up more and more, and it becomes more and more comfortable. And that's really the only way you can really do it. So far I've only learned Hiragana, but it's 3 years ago. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a bit yeah, I think a lot of people end up in that kind of position. But yeah, it's like you really just gotta like push through it, and it's hard. It's hard. Is it worth learning Japanese just to play those games? Well, that's kind of I would say strictly speaking, probably not, if I'll be completely honest. I don't think it's worth learning a language purely just for stuff like that. But because you have to kind of love the journey, right? I think in general, I think that's a fair thing to say. Is that when it comes to learning a language or learning Japanese especially, like it takes so long that you can't be learning it just for some end goal that's like not because you love the language. You have to love the language on some level, I think, in order to want to push through it. But certainly, like wanting to play like Japanese games can be a good motivator. I'm not saying it's not; it absolutely can be. But like you have to have a passion that I think is deeper than even that, because the games themselves are probably they're not good enough to justify that when there's so many other good things you could like watch, right? The world is full of so much good media, right? That like you know, you could probably find tons of other things that you would love without having to do that. But I mean, there's certainly a lot of good stuff, right? So still a lot of good stuff you could watch and learn Japanese from, but you have to love, the passion has to go deeper, as I think what I would have to say. I want to know Korean so I can sing the North Korean anthem. Well, I don't think you need to know Korean just to do that, but learning language is such a long journey that I feel like you need to end up using a lot to justify learning it. Well, I don't think I mean, you have to use it a lot in order to actually get good. But I don't think you have to have like, you have to have a passion for it, but I don't think you have to have deep reasons, right? Like I wouldn't say like, oh, it's only worth learning Japanese if you want to like move to Japan or something. Like that's definitely not true. It's just, it's like the reason why you'd learn any hobby, right? Like, you know, are you learning it because you expect something out of it? Like you expect some sort of result, like some sort of goal, like, or are you doing it for the love of it, right? And in this case, this is definitely like you need to love it, but you don't have to. Loving it is good enough of a reason, I think. It doesn't have to be that like you have plans for Japanese that are like, you know, grand or anything. Depends on yeah, it definitely is a very personal thing. Yeah. As with any sort of pursuit you spend a long time on, it has to be, it's a very personal thing on how you choose to approach it and whether it's worth it to you or not, right? Anyway, watching Italian horror films, so that certainly sounds like a lot of fun. But we gotta get focused, or you guys can keep talking, but like I have to get back to we gotta keep moving. No, not Yoshi-kun, it is first name Kun. Same exact thing, so turning around, I see Tsukasa-san standing behind me. Doshita no? Suibun Hokyu? I feel like one of the few anime fans out there who isn't interested in learning Japanese. Well, I don't think that's actually true. I think your average anime fan is actually perfectly content with watching subs and not caring about learning the language. It certainly became a lot more popular to learn Japanese recently, though. For the reasons I had talked about before, there was like Matt versus Japans of the world and other things. They became really popular. So it's definitely more popular, but I would definitely also say that it's not the norm, I wouldn't think. Suibun Hokyu, well, Hokyu is like securing bit, but oh, Suibun Hokyu, rehydration. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like quantity of water, like restoration. To hydrate. So it's like, what are you doing? Getting something to drink? Mm. それと、長森さんが So it's not even like anyway, it's like that and Nagamori-san dot dot dot, right? Yeah. That and Nagamori-san. Well, I learned English just because I watch way too much English content. Maybe it is the same thing to Japanese. Well, yeah, I've heard that a lot actually. I mean, it seems to be like the common experience of people who know English that didn't initially like as a second language is that like they just expose themselves to so much so much English that they like that they just happen to just pick it up over time, right? It is the same experience with Japanese if you choose to put yourself in that position. The problem is that like a lot of people do not. It's harder to do it, I think. It's harder, I think, for people to do that because, you know, so much of the internet is in English that it's like, if you want to engage with like the mainstream internet culture, like you can't help but expose yourself to lots of English content, right? But in Japan, it's not really so much, or Japanese, it's not so much the same experience, right? Like Japanese internet is like, it's clearly like, you know, kind of its own little corner that you have to kind of intentionally put yourself into. And there's kind of like it's not the same sort of experience, right? Like it's noticeably smaller, the Japanese internet, in that, you know, there's much more the sense of like, well, that kind of content doesn't exist in Japanese so much, or it manifests itself very differently. So I think it's harder to get into it. So it can be intimidating, I think, to put yourself in that position intentionally. Whereas with English, it's a lot easier to just kind of naturally find yourself in that position. English is not so good. Well, your English is certainly good enough to talk to us, right? Saw a video of a guy teaching Japanese by translating Ace Attorney's script and explaining each word. Yeah, so that's like game grammar, right? Or is it game Gengo is a different guy, right? Game grammar is the one we're talking about. That you're thinking of, like Eve, that guy. He's pretty good. Although he hasn't done anything recently, as far as I know. But I liked it when he was doing Persona 4. I liked his Persona 4 streams. Those were good. After RGO patch, do I plan on making other game patches in the future? Well, I'm not going to say no to that, like for sure. Because I think there's probably a lot of good experience that I will have gained from doing the patch that's like, well, kind of go to waste if I only did one patch, right? But it is so much work that it's like hard to like justify it. Especially since I think RGO is like a diamond in the rough, right? Like it's really good and like really underappreciated, but it'd be hard to find something that I think would be worthy of that level of effort again. But if I did, I would not say no to it. Or maybe with help. Maybe if I wasn't the only person doing it, I'd be more willing. I mean, like, I am helping out with not recently, but I have helped out with the Haruhi Suzumiya no Chokuretsu, like the Haruhi DS game. I've helped out with that, right? So, and I intend to at some point come back to helping them out with that. So, I guess there's that as an answer. But in terms of things that I like am responsible for, like I lead them, maybe with help, but probably it'd be hard. It'd be really hard to do another one, I think, on my own entirely. Yeah, Japanese is like an alternate dimension. Even on the internet, it's very insular. It is, and it's very, you know, one of the things also with Japanese internet is it's like, yeah, it's very different. It's very different. In some ways, it almost feels like old English internet Like it's some aspects of the old English internet are like still present on Japanese internet. You know, like especially if you watch those like Yukuri Setsume videos where it's like a text to speech doing stuff and explaining things. Like it's very old internet feeling. So hey Neo Netim, yes, I am translating the visual novel. I've actually already translated it on this channel. If you check out the other videos I've done, I translated the entire game in video format, but now we're working on a patch so everyone can play it, right? Or if you don't have to watch the videos to experience it, right? But we're going through the translation and we're gonna clean it up so it is patch ready. Hey dude, I don't really want to learn Japanese, but do you know any good Japanese books that can help me help me translate? I found the OVA with no subs and can't find anywhere, so I want to translate. So you're looking for books to help you translate, but you don't want to learn Japanese, if I understand. I don't really know about books that would help you translate but not learn the language. So yeah, I don't have any good advice on that because it's like you kind of. Fortunately, I mean, like again, Japanese from zero is what I used. And I would recommend that in the sense that it's good in that you can't really fail Japanese from zero. It's a lot harder because Japanese from zero is so like simple that it's hard to give up on it because it makes things really like it holds your hand so much. All right, gotta get moving. Narume-san, 誰もいないよ. So it's but there isn't anyone here. Or huh, right? Is he also at a loss for words again? Yep, he is. Is at a loss for words. Same exact line. Any of you guys seen Yurusei Yatsura? It's a good anime to watch if you are bored. No, I fortunately have not. I know that it seems pretty good though. I think my exposure to Yurusei Yatsura is the Italian OP because people were like, "That's Italian OP though. Your Urusei Yatsura is so good," and also because like, what is it, like the British dub of it is like insane or something, and so there's like compilations of like funny moments from the British dub. But I've never actually seen the show itself, so couldn't really give much insight into that. It seems like a fun show though. Oh, this is the same thing. Also the same line. Where was it? Oh, where did she go? She was just there a second ago. Yes, his peak in Italian OP is goated. Yeah, that's true. It is. Haruhi is millennials Yurusei Yatsura. $17.14. Yeah, we're in a good spot. Original or newer one? Huh? Yeah, I think if I were to watch it, I'd probably prefer the original. But I don't have any insight into that. 私が来た時には、誰もいなかったけど、どこに行っちゃったのかな? Yeah. I didn't see anyone when I got here. Where could she have gone? It also seems, I mean, like, I've never seen this either, but it also seems to be that people, notice that the Ranma, like, 1/2 remake is also kind of the same way, where it's like, yeah, it's like the older one is just better. But again, no insight into that one. I have a British friend, he can help us translate. I know we have like Joseph, right? I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he's British. Okay, where could she have gone? どこに行っちゃったのかな? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, there's obviously that aspect, right? But I don't really have any insight if the complaints are, the criticisms of it are deeper than that or not. I mean, obviously that's like one thing, right? British. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, do you think she could be hiding? I think that's fine, right? It's just he's not really asking that, but he's like, no, he is actually. We did translate it a little differently before. Like, could she be hiding? But I do think I like this line variety. What's I going with this? I thought to say something. Oh, in it. Oh, that makes me think about so on /A on 4chan. I don't even know. There's like, if you ever read like the scanlation threads, it seems to be that there's some like what was it? I think there's some guy, like some Inon like in it Inon. I think their whole deal was like they like insisted that like Janai like had to always be translated as in it. It was like kind of silly. And what was it? Yeah, those translation or scanlation threads on 4chan. There's some interesting people on there. They have some very interesting opinions on translation. Sometimes you even go like, if you say manga instead of like comics, and you say anime instead of cartoons in your translation, then you're being like not faithful, or you're not being a good translator. And it's like, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy opinion on that one. Like, I get it, like you're not entirely wrong, but it is also like definitely a very odd opinion to be so worked up about, because I think I've seen that person say that multiple times in many different threads on 4chan. Hyotoshite kinue? You mean like up in the tree? It's like perhaps like, could she be hiding? Well, you know, she's like, Hyotoshite is like, could it be? Or like perhaps by any chance are you talking like by any chance could she be up in the tree, right? So it's not necessarily like a you mean like, but I think that captures the vibe better, because I know she's like Hyotoshite kinue. So you mean like up in the tree? Imagine making a British accent. Man, British Lucky Star dub would be so odd. Would they keep Patty as being like American, or would they like make her British too? British Patricia would be cursed. But they might still keep her American, right? To like have that contrast. Yeah, さすがにそれは No, that wouldn't make any. Patty still being American while everyone is British would just fit. Yeah, it certainly would. It would go well. In that kind of context. Because I mean, like in the dub of Lucky Star, like they had to like they try to have her have contrast still, and they did that by like having her be like, "Oh my," kind of voice. I bet Patty is from Texas. Well, maybe. I don't know if there's any insight into what particularly part of the US she's from, but she definitely feels like she has more of a, especially if we're going off of her, what was it, her drama CD voice. It does definitely feel like a kind of southern-y kind of voice in some way. But her anime voice is not quite. It's a bit more ambiguous, I would say. But her Japanese voice, by the way, not her English voice, her dub voice. It would be analogous speaking perfect. Well, the thing is, Patty doesn't really speak like imperfect Japanese. She speaks gaijin Japanese, which is basically just for the most part you say things normally, but you occasionally mispronounce some words, and then you say des a lot. Actually, that's mostly what it is. It's just have them say des all the time and like kind of say simple sentences. No, I'm gonna make any. What? No way! It's budding. No way. It's budding. Killer Queen cosplaying the Little Caesars. Wow. この奇跡にそれはどう考えても季節外れだよね. So it's the same actually. She says, I actually changed. I can't think of anything that would cause a buzz out of seeing. No, he says something much closer to what he says in the. He does say something different from here, but this time of year thing. It's like at this time of year, but it's it's more like but it's entirely the wrong season for that. Let's go further down. It feels like we're going faster. We seem to have translated a decent amount at this point, or checked a decent amount of this. So it's not IC, but it's just like this time of year. But it's entirely the wrong season for that. Had Papa John's with your family. Yeah, it sounds nice. Not the biggest pizza fan personally. The cheese always messes me up. It's always like super hit or miss whether the cheese is gonna be like, because I'm not a fan of cheese in general, so it's like it's always gonna be a hit or miss on whether or not like the cheese is like, it's too cheesy, it's like hard for me to eat it. Or if it's like, it's good enough, I can put up with it. Because I do like pizza flavor outside of that, but I can't trust something really. Pizza overrated? Pizza is probably a bit overrated. But yeah, it's mostly just because I'm not a cheese fan. Have you guys read Yotsuba? I'd like to have an anime of that. I have read Yotsuba the second volume, but that was the only one I ever read. I read it in Japanese, because like, if you ever in Japanese learning spaces, like everybody recommends Yotsuba. Everyone's like, Yotsuba is like the one to read if you are learning Japanese. And it's fair enough, because it's actually a pretty simple manga to read. But yeah, I've read Yotsuba 2, the second volume. It was pretty good. I liked it quite a bit. This feels like a personal attack on you. Well, I'm not quite sure what part of that is, but just heard of it. Is it good? Well, it is good. Okay, where was I? Right here. It's by, yeah, Azumanga Daioh person, yeah. Yep. It's like, そうじゃなくて、すごーい。星桜の木、枯れてなかったんだ。So yeah, it's not just that, or it's not that. Although it is kind of like it's not just that, because it is definitely an impressive part about it. It's not just that. It's not just that. Amazing. Good, great, awesome, outstanding. Amazing. It's our sakura tree. Looks like you didn't wither after all. Star Sakura tree. Gakkou ga dekita toki kara aru n da tte. Oji-san no toke mitai da yo ne. It's been here ever since the school. It's kind of like a grandfather clock, yeah. Like a grandfather, yeah, clock. Oji-san no toke. Yeah. You know, and I was watching some of the old videos from the video series, and it does really feel like, especially once you get past episode like 2, episode 3 and onwards, it's like I was watching it, I was like, even then I was like, yeah, I'd probably keep it the same even if I were to translate it now. So seeing me mostly copy pasting here, it actually gives me a lot of confidence that we will, if I can just find ways to further improve the efficiency here, we could actually make a lot of progress really fast. So it's kind of like a grandfather clock, but of course we still have to look out for things that are fix, because there still is quite a bit of that. Even still, it's just kind of like you got to go through it, but you know, a lot of it is still good. I saw this one movie about a father and a daughter. It's awesome. It's called Hobo with a Shotgun. Okay, that's kind of seems like that has different vibes from Yotsuba. Sono tatoe wa zenzen wakaranai kedo. Demo karete ta no? So yeah, it's like that example, you know, I don't understand it at all, but so, you know, but it withered. No joke, it's real. I'm sure it is real. Y'all watch it. Doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute. No, what did I do? Okay, I accidentally like made a new. Yeah, press the key for like new file. The shortcut. Anyway, so it withered. Names can be deceiving, yeah. Kori sensei wa sou itteta yo. Demo, sou ji nakatta n da ne. Ki tte sugoi ne. That's what Kuroi sensei said. But I guess it wasn't true. This tree is amazing. Yeah, it's all good. Mm, すごいね。でも、私たちはそれぞれやばくない？休み時間あと少しで終わりそうだよ。It's my favorite movie. That's a tough one. I have to think about it. I don't think it would be an anime movie though. What would it be? I have to think about that. I don't have a clear answer on that one. Oh, so is it back night? So it's like, isn't it about to be bad? But bad in the sense of like, you know, like if we like Sora Yabakunai is like about to be bad. Like, aren't we about to be aren't we about to be late? Is probably a better way to say that. Fantastic Mr. Fox. I've never seen that, but I have heard it was good. I mean, historically, right? Like, I don't admittedly watch that many movies, especially not now. Well, most movies I watch are like animated, like kids movies. So you know, historically, it's always been Toy Story 1 was always a good one. But like, you know, it's like it kind of feels like it's not a good answer. Like, you should give a movie that's a little more like thought-provoking, right? And so I was like really thinking about it. It's like there's probably a better answer than I could give, but it's like hard to think of one right now. Ne is used exactly the same way in Brazilian Portuguese. Interesting. Both series of Haruhi, even Endless 8, all of it. Yeah, you know, despite me working on the Haruhi games to help out, I've actually not really ever seen. I've seen like the first 3 episodes of Haruhi, and that's about it. You know, it's like shouldn't I have watched it? It's like I just never did. But I've kind of been allured by the idea of I guess so. The thing was that there's this thing in the Haruhi like community, right? They talk about the watch order. They talk about the watch order for the series, right? And it's like, oh, you know, you gotta watch it in this order. Oh no, you gotta watch it in this order. And like, it made me think. And people always go like, no, this is like the true order. this is the order that like God intended, like level of like fervor over it. It's like, no, this is the real order. So there's all this debate about the order of like what episodes you should watch when it comes to Haruhi and stuff. And I was always like under the impression that's like, is this like some really avant-garde like thing? Like, because people were always being like, no, you can't watch it that way. It doesn't make any sense that way. So I thought it was very avant-garde. I thought it was like, oh, this must be something crazy where like they like made the episodes to be like canonically in a certain order, but then they literally like put them in like a shuffle and just shuffled them and aired them in like random order. Like I was like, wouldn't it be funny if we aired the episodes literally in random order? And it was like that's what I thought. I thought it was like literally some avant-garde thing. So it's like you would literally be watching an episode and then all of a sudden it would be like something completely unrelated and there would be no explanation for why. But that is not what actually that watch order is, right? The watch order is more like non-linear storytelling that is intentional. And it just happens to be like, do you want to watch it in the non-linear storytelling way that is intentional and deliberate and like intended to be watched that way? Or do you watch it in like the canonical, like, what do you call it? The chronological order way, right? Right. And so I've always been kind of disappointed about this idea that it's like, it's not this avant-garde crazy thing. So I've come up with this idea to maybe one day watch Haruhi in what I call timepiece order. And timepiece order would be literally take the episodes in like, but I just take the episodes and literally put them like in a shuffle and just watch it that way. Literally watch it in true random order. So that would mean Endless 8 would be like, you know, hopefully spread out a little bit. Like you'd get Endless 8 one somewhere and then Endless 8 like 3 like a couple episodes later or something. Like it would literally be random order, true random. So that's my idea and I kind of don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin the possibility of going through with that idea, so that's partially why I haven't watched the rest of Haruhi. Because maybe that makes some interesting like video content. Maybe I make a video. It's like I watched Haruhi in like you know, like the true way or something funny like that. Lucky Star, like pre-plaster come Yuki's nightmare. It's insane. Yuki gets possessed by a demon at the end. They just arrest her. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yeah, there's like that thing where it's like the number of episodes, yeah, different ways you could watch it, right? All the different ways you could watch it, and it's like a lot of. At least the original order at least kind of makes sense. To make sure to put it in a good order if it isn't. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. I thought that's what it. I thought it was something more avant-garde. I thought it was literally like they like made the episodes, because people also said something like, oh, they thought they rearranged the episodes to like make it like better in terms of like they thought it'd get better ratings or something. So I thought it literally was again avant-garde. Like it was. Okay, guys, we made the episodes and they're in order, right? Like they're like in normal series, they play out in chronological order, and then like the director was like, you know, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if we literally put them in a shuffle and just aired them in random order, and just see how people react to that. But no, again, it's not nearly that, not nearly that artistic. But anyway, let's not get too. At this point, I feel like I'm rambling about the same thing. But yeah. Ah, 本当だ。早く教室に見ろ。教室に戻ろう。あ、ネームくん。ついてきて。It's not completely random, but they aren't in order. They very specifically make sure to put the episodes in order. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's non-linear storytelling. You're right. let's hurry back to class. This is first name Coon. Follow me. They should make a Lucky Star horror movie. Well, episode 4 is kind of like one. So I don't know. Yeah, I think Cheese, you may not know that, but there is part of the game that is kind of horror. It's horror inspired. It's inspired by apparently inspired by Stephen King's The Langoliers, a book I have not read, but I am under the impression, I've been led to believe that that is the case. Lucky Star murder case adaptation, right? Still need to read that book. Still need to read it. Looks insane. Anyway, I think we have actually made it to the different 1728. The different lunch scenes. Oh wait, no. That's actually interesting. Lucky Star Park of Travelers adaptation 2. Now that is a book that I have not even... I don't have that one, so... yeah. Okay, so the lunch scenes are actually different based off of who you run into, so I guess we should start with the Konato one. And this is finally where it converges. So after you made up at lunch, that's when you're properly introduced to the other characters, so it stops being different. Okay, good. Lucky Stars Online up to... I don't even know what that even is. Wait, what is going on? No! What? The game crashed. What happened? The game crashed. I don't even know what Lucky Stars Online is. Okay, so now I gotta make sure the OBS. Okay. And yes, also my background, the star background is literally just that one panel with covered up. All right, we're back. Japanese one is back online. Back next stream. This is fun. Have a good one. Yeah, see ya, Cheese. Great to see ya. Yeah. It's another light novel. Oh. I think I know which one we're talking about now, because I think I've seen some like illustrations from it. And I think I know which one that is, right? It's like the one where there's like they're like bathing in like a lake, a pond or something. I think there's like a... Yeah, because it's kind of a bit like a bit suggestive of a CG, but or not of a illustration. So I think I've seen that picture before, and I think it's from that book. 100% be up for reading Lucky Star light novels if there was a translation. I don't think any of the light novels are translated. Last I knew. I would say that I would be potentially interested in doing that, but it's kind of difficult to do. It's a bit more legally suspicious, I would say, maybe, to do a light novel translation, because like you're literally just giving them the entire like book, right? Whereas with a game translation, it's like it's not my hands how you get Roagaku no Otosai like the game, right? I just provide the patch, but like if you provide the translation to the book, you are providing the entire book basically. So even that, I mean, it's also just a lot of work, but that's been one of the reasons why I've been like, oh, I don't know, but I still have to read the book, so wait for that. I'll have to. I wouldn't even make such a decision until I actually read the book, but unfortunately, I have not had much time to read the book. Yeah, they do seem to be really good and really crazy. Okay, let's get back on the Japanese one. The Japanese one needs to be with the Konata lunch scene. All right. I don't really know if many people in the West would be able to legally obtain it. Yeah, I mean, that's true. And I mean, like, the book is arguably, I think it's even out of print. So, I mean, like, you know, in terms of that kind of thing, I mean, like, yeah, you would think it'd be okay, but, like, you never know, right? You never know what kind of trouble you could get yourself into. I mean, probably they'd just tell me to take it down or something, but... yeah, it's just, I mean, that's like one aspect, right? That's one aspect, but truthfully, the reason why I haven't even considered it is because I haven't even read the book, so I would have to, I would have to read the book and then make a decision on that. I still even have the, it's like I have to read that, I want to read that book, but then I also have to read the guidebook for Rogaku no Tosai. I haven't read all that. I've read parts of it. And I would need to read the Moedril 2 light novel. So, there's like a lot. There's a lot. There's quite a lot that I could still even have to look at, so. I didn't figure out about the skip function around the middle of the second. And that was a painful realization, yeah. Yeah, that was a similar thing for me too, actually, when I made the videos. I used to not know that there was a skip function, and so I even did that when I was doing so that for episode 1, because of these scenes at the beginning, I actually like did 3 different save files instead of having it be like the same save file, just for like, you know, do this other 2 routes on the second time around and third time around. So I actually did it that way. And so when I went to do episode 2, and it was like, well, now I want to have all 3 done on the same save file. Like, I want to have the Konata, Miyuki, and Tsukasa route all done on the same save file. The way that I did that was I literally just mashed through the text boxes. I didn't know there was a skip feature. So, yeah, it was a disaster. That took like almost like 50 minutes? Like, because it takes like about 30 minutes to go through episode 1 if you're just mashing. Alright, so その日の昼休み、あれは知り合った子からその友達は紹介されていた。So this one actually still says like the girl that I became acquainted with introduced me to her friend. Like, yeah, introduced me to her friends. But it does actually have a different version for each character, so I made it like Konata-san or Miyuki-san. Is there any specific reason why you would need to have done it on the same save file? Is there a reward for completing it? Well, so if you look at the save files and you see this place that says, is my mouse visible on this? Yeah. So if you see the spot that says Lucky Star, it tracks your progress through the game, right? And so the 7 stars are for like the 7 different like main routes of main episodes of the game, and you have to get like these gold stars. You have to get all the good endings for that route on the same save file. So in terms of progression, yeah, there is a notion of doing everything on the same save file, or just progressing through the main story in general. Because you have to, in order to do episode 2, you have to do episode 1 and so on. Right? Episode 3, you have to do episode 2. Alright. Okay. Anyway. Episode... Okay, but now let's actually get back to it, because I sense that we have spent too much time not focused on the translation. その日の昼休み. So I have to actually probably find the first instance of this, of which there's multiple, right? There's 7. Oh my gosh, no. So first instance in the, hopefully this is it on number 1775. But I would have to actually check, so... Okay, maybe I have to... I'll make a save state on this one. Because it's like kind of also starts off the same way. Where's the part where it's like... Yeah, I'll have to go and find that line and kind of work backwards, because... Bikkuri... Bikkuri... Yeah, Bikkuri, hontoni... Yeah, that one. 1790. Because, like, the rest of those lines, it's kind of like a mixture of, like, whether or not it's new or different. So... 1775. Okay, so we should be on the Konitsu one. Should be on the Konitsu one. Alright. Then we can go and load that state. Where's my... Okay, there we go. I had lost my translated version of the PPSPP emulator. Alright, anyway. During lunch... It's like that day at lunch, but it's like, obviously, like we know this, right? During introduced me to her friends, right? And we're using Konitsu sign instead of like the girl that I became acquainted with, because I don't know. I think they wrote that with the idea that like it was gonna all be the same, but like they did make it unique, so.サークルと申します。ガラスで委員長をしてますので、何かあれば声かけてくださいね。Wait a minute. Oh. Put it in the wrong spot. And you can talk about as I'm the class representative. If there's, yeah, クラスに一致してますので、何かあれば、if there's, yeah, feel free to call me or talk to me, right? Feel free to reach out. Same idea. Anything you need, feel free to reach out. Hirigi desu. Yoroshiku ne. So we might need to be careful here because this is a interaction that's a bit like, we'll see. It's an interaction that's a little more like, you know, characters respond based on how they specifically said certain things. Yoroshiku ne. Nice to meet you. I think it'll be fine though. Eraku 短いわね。本当は何か話してたら That was awfully short. Eraku, right? Eraku is erai, right? Like very. If I'm not mistaken, unless it's a different word, but I'm pretty like 99%. Yeah, awfully, right? It is araku. It's adverb form of erai. Which I already have in my Aki, so we're good. We'll go. I can see why I said, well, that was short without the awfully, but like well, that was awfully short. We'll keep that because that's more faithful, right? Is there something more you can say, right? Or something more to say? Anything more you can say? Futago desu. Kochi ga one-chan de, watashi ga imoto desu. So it's like, you know, this is my older sister, I'm the younger sister, right? Right, we're good there. Huh? We're twins. This here is my older sister. Well, I'm the younger sister. Oh wait, no, I'm like not pressing the other one. これじゃダメかな? It's like, is that bad? Like, you know, is that like dame, right? You know, is that good enough? Isn't like she's asking if it's bad, but like, you know, people will say like, is that good enough? Like, is that good? Maybe we'll have the dot dot dots still. Good. よくはないけど、まあいいわ。So, it's not that it's good, but like whatever, it's fine. Yeah. So we're good there. Whatever, it's fine. And that should still fit, but let's make sure because it is kind of, yeah, we're good there. 私は響鏡すかせの双子の姉よ。よろしくね。I'm Kagami Hirigi. I'm Sukasa's older twin sister. Nice to meet you. Yep, that's perfectly good. Nande Kagami ga shokai, jiko shokai suru no? Tonari no klasu desho? So it's like, why is Kagami doing a self-introduction? You know, she's in the neighboring class, right? Isn't she? So, but different class. I mean, like, you know, neighboring class is not super important here. Although maybe we could see if we can include it because it is a detail that is maybe perhaps worth understanding, that she's like in the class nearby, which explains why she's able to constantly just like come over, because she's not. It's like it's a close walk. Although in Japanese school, I've been under the impression that like classes in the same year are usually placed close together. Kagami wants to meet boys. Why are you introducing yourself, Kagami? You're in the class next door, aren't you? We'll see. Let's see. I mean, it is what she says, right? It is also like Kona's like class next door kind of almost feels like it justifies Kagami's position, because it's like, well, she's not that far away. But it is what she says, so we're gonna keep it, I guess. Ijan betsuni. その is it teida? Why do I not know that word? That should be an easy word. Or maybe that's not fair. It's like te and then ida. That seems to be an expression. Yeah, but it is like a I might as well kind of vibe, right? Tima. Time. Labor. Never gonna forget in manga when Konato lied. A boy gave her a letter. She was the happiest she had ever been there. Right away she found out it was a joke and she was a little depressed. Oh, you mean like she lied to Kagami about that? Interesting. This is cool. So tema o habaku. Oh, So habaku in this case, yeah, or habuku. To omit, to leave out, to exclude, to eliminate. But it's also like to cut down, or like to save, to economize. And then tema. So this actually is a different thing that she says, I think. Time, yeah, I can see why I translated it that way, but I think, yeah, this is not what she says. Because she's like saying it's like to save on time, right? So it's like, you know, Ijan, like, isn't it like isn't it actually like a good thing that I do it, basically? You know, because Tono's like, you know, because, you know, I'm just saving time, like, you know, it's kind of like, I'm just saying it now because it's probably going to be that it's going to be relevant to introduce myself to him later, right? So might as well get it out of the way, right? Is kind of the idea there. So let's see if we can write that in a way that is a little better, that communicates that idea. So it's like, why shouldn't I? Like, let's go with that. Why shouldn't I? Like, it's just... It's like, I'm gonna have to eventually. Is kind of more the vibe, right? It's like, I'm gonna eventually have to do it, so might as well save time by doing it now. Like, I'm just saving time by doing so, right? Let's see how it sounds. How does she say it? What kind of vibe do we want out of that line? Wait a minute. What happened to it? The sound is... No... I think because it's no longer like the right instance of the... No. It doesn't... Yeah, I don't know why. Like PPSVP instances that aren't like instance 1 seem to not play sound regardless, but... Enable sound? Can we re-enable the sound? I don't know what's up with it. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I can imagine it in my head. Do I just bring up the relevant part of Rogaku no Dosai? Since I don't listen to it that often, right? We can just do that. Part 5. And I guess I should... Is this an old part? So you can see. Although, wait a minute. No, this is not gonna work because it's she doesn't say that line in part 5. She says it in part 18. Yeah, part 18. We'll do that. You gotta skip through that. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, that's not how I tried to translate it correctly there. I'm just saving time. So. Let's get the music back. Okay. So it's like, why shouldn't I? I'm just... Or it's like, shouldn't... But I think it's more like, but shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do that. But shouldn't I? And, you know, Sono maybe is like, I mean... Your YouTube UI language is in Japanese street education. Well, it does help, right? It helps you get comfortable with just using it and seeing it all the time. Though, with that said, sometimes I still have to change it back to English if I'm doing something that's like, I need to like really be careful about what I'm looking at here. You know, just in case I don't accidentally do something like I shouldn't. If I'm like in a dangerous part of the UI, right? Like about to don't make sure I don't delete my account or something crazy like that. Not that that happens too often that I find myself needing to do that, but yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful. All right, but shouldn't I? I mean, I'm just saving time, right? It's what she says, or I'm saving the trouble of him not knowing who I am. I mean, he'll have to know. It's like there's no good way to like briefly translate what she says, but like it's the point is clear, right? It's like he's gonna need to know who I am, right? So I'm just saving time. I'm just saving the trouble. I mean, he's gonna need to know me he's gonna need to know eventually. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with that, even though it's technically not what she actually says, but it's like much closer to the idea of what she says. Yeah, we'll go with that. Usotsuki haburareru no ga kawaii kagami moe. You know? You're lying. It's some way that you're scared of being left out. Yeah, that is what she says, so. I think the lying is maybe a bit like me spicing it up a bit, but I mean, she does say Usotsuki a little longer, so I think we can justify that. It's so moe that you're scared of being left out. One of my friends has his phone in Japanese. Well, my phone is also in Japanese. It's kind of funny because sometimes if I'm at like a public space and then my phone goes off, my phone does this thing where like it'll tell me like what the phone number is. Because I don't have like a ringtone or something. Like it just tells me in Japanese like, you know, you're getting a call from like number da 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 da, and it's like it's saying it in Japanese. And so there's been a few instances I've been like in a public space and it's like it just goes off and like you can just hear like this little Japanese voice going like, you're getting a scam call, or you're getting a call from this number. And it's kind of like interesting because it's like, oh, I hope I'm not like, you know, putting extra amount of attention on myself because of that. Na? Chigao ne? Chigao yo. Well, I am not. Hi hi, so desu ne. So it's like, if you say so, is pretty good. If you say so. Hi hi. Oh, it's not. Is it or it's like, is it? It's more like okie dokie if you say so. But people don't say okie dokie in that kind of context, do they? It's more like, my phone language for some reason specifically only allows English and Chinese. Well, I don't know. It feels like Japanese should be a language that most phones would allow, but I don't really know. I guess it depends on the phone. Okay. It's like hi hi. It's like okay. Yeah, we're gonna because people go. It's not the same tone of voice that Konitsa is using, but like people do kind of say it that way. It's like if you say so. で、私は泉このた、is it ataramete? I think it's how you pronounce that word. It's like once again, like, or I'm like doing so now formally, right? Yoroshiku, nice to meet you. Anyway, Konitsu Izumi. Once again, nice to meet you. So it's like I'm happy to have increased my number of friends, but like I'm, in this case, he's increasing it from like having basically no friends, right? So I'm happy to have made some friends. このさんと知り合ったおかげでね。おかげだね。So it's thanks to me being like acquainted with you that I've made friends, right? So he's really, really he's saying, thanks to you, right? Thanks to Konitsa. Happy to have made some friends. All thanks to you, Konitsa-san. Yeah, びっくり。本当のフラグが立つとは。So let's see. So it's like, wow, that's a surprise. Yeah. So. 本当のフラグが立つとは。So it's like a real flag. Or really. I'm happy to increase my friend count from 0. Now to get 100 friends. Looks like I did set a flag. Because Hotoni is like really like because she was talking before about whether she might or might not have set a flag by running into him before, and yeah, because he's showing like appreciation, right? So it's like she's like, oh, I gained some like favorability points, right? Whoa, that's a surprise. Looks like I did set a flag. Now, maybe we want to correct this because Kagami saying I heard that is not really like, it sounds like she's saying that like in response to what, like that right now. But I think what she's saying is more like, I heard about what happened to you. Like she's saying like I heard about the fact that they ran into each other, like they literally like slammed into each other at the beginning of the game, rather than like I heard that, as in like I heard what you just said right now. So let's think about it, because when she says it sounds like something straight out of a video game, she's talking about the running into each other part, and Konito's like, I wish I had bread in my mouth. It's like I heard about that. Maybe just about that would automatically help fix that, right? Or I heard about what happened. I heard about what happened. Sounds like something straight out of a video game. That probably needs to be split up line-wise. Probably needs a... Yeah. I heard about what happened. Now, we had it on 2 lines like that, but we can see maybe 3 lines would be better. That sounds like something straight out of a video game. I think 3 lines probably... I heard about... Yeah, we'll go with that. 3 lines, I think, better works better. Heard about what happened. Sounds like something straight out of a video game. Yeah, so are you two gonna be dating? It's very bold of Tsukasa to say that. Huh? Weird how crashing into Konata is the only time we actually see his face, kind of. Well, that's true, because there's that CG where, like, they show, like, the illustration. But he has, like, the X eye face, right? He has the X instead of his eyes. But we get to see, like, I guess, like, his front, like, the way his hairstyle is from the front more clearly. Because, I mean, we do get to see his face, like, in the Konata epilogue. But obviously, he's wearing, like, he has a different hairstyle. I won't spoil that, but, like, his face is a little different. And you don't get to see his face either. Like, they kind of blur it out. They don't blur it out, they just don't draw it. They do, like, that one, like, the not, when you don't show your face. Instead, they just show, like, blank for your eyes, like, nothing. But yeah, only time we get to see his face and his hair from the front fully. Again, they really should have just committed and just gave him a canonical appearance. Well, they already did, right? They should have just like been not afraid to just show him his entire appearance. Like, you showed like 99% of his appearance. Like, the only sort of mystery about how he looks is whether he has like, it's his eye shape and his eye color. We also do not get an official canon name for the guy, so I think so we just have to call him RGO protagonist, yeah. Yeah, even in Japan, they just call him the Otosai protagonist. That's what the Japanese, like, Lucky Star community calls him. So yeah, I mean, unless you want to adopt the Yoshikubo name, which I always am like, that's not really for me to decide, but... yeah, unless people adopt like some other name for him, like it's gonna always just like there's no correct answer to that question, right? Other than RGO protagonist. You know, again, unless you want to have like an unofficial name, like that's what you're stuck with. no canonical. Well, I said it in the video about my Lucky Star Collection video. The dude, the Lucky Star Collection video I made is the manual. Calls him, in the manual for RGO PSP, calls him Karakawa Taro. Let me just type that in the chat. Like, they call him, his name is Taro Karakawa. But, like, it's not really, like, it's very obvious that it's just kind of meant to be, like, the name. They had to give him a name for some of the screenshots for the manual. So, like, that's what they went with. But Taro is, like, such, like, a... or Karakawa Kompu. Yeah, that's also what they would go with. Yeah. Like, both of those are just, like... They're very obviously, like, placeholder names because they don't want to give him an actual name. So... I wouldn't consider those to be his canonical names. I think those are not really, those are terrible names in all honesty, but those would be bad canonical names, and nobody uses those. Nobody refers to him like that, so he's always just the protagonist or the Otosai protagonist. Alright, so anyway. この後のイベント自体かな。 Or jikai? Why is my brain not remember how you pronounce that word? But it depends, right? That's what that word means. Why do I not? Jidai? I think it's Jidai, right? Is that the right word? Jidai, right? Yeah, Jidai. この後の弁当時代かな。選択肢を間違わなければ行楽 OK だよ。So, depends on how the following events go, right? If I don't make mistakes in picking if I don't make mistakes with my choices, koraku, okay, like good koraku. And koraku means like conquest, but in Japanese it gets kind of used to mean like koraku can refer to like that you like won, like, or you completed like the game, right? I just kept Yoshikubo. It's not official, but it's kind of the closest I think we'll get to an official name. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always for me. It's like it feels weird to like insist on like saying like Yoshikubo or anything, but like, even though that's what I like named him in the video series. But it's weird for me to assert it, but I don't want to assert it. But like, if that's the name people wanna adopt, right? That's perfectly like I honestly means a lot, right? I actually really like it. But yeah, don't ever want to assert it, right? Anyway, so let's keep moving. 1794. Depends on the I think of the following events, or that'll depend on the following events. Let's see if that fits. Yeah, it fits just fine. That'll depend on the following events. If I make the right choices, it should be more like so long. If I don't mess up on the choices. If I don't pick the wrong choices, let me do that actually. If I don't pick the wrong, if I don't pick the wrong choice, well, it's like people don't say it that way, right? It's like if I don't mess up on the choices. If I don't mess up on the choices. Koraku, okay, I should get the good ending, is fine. In Koraku kind of is it means conquest, but it's like my conquest should be okay. Is not really what she's saying, right? She's saying that she will succeed in the Koraku. She'll pull off the capture. The capture being Yoshi in this case, but again, people don't say that in English, so you gotta like adapt it, right? I should get the good ending. Yeah, それ違う。ゲームの中だけだから。So it's like, yeah, that's wrong, right? Yeah, that's not how that works. that's only works. That's not how that works. It's only like I probably should make it. It's only like that in games, so we don't use that like so much, right? Yeah, that's not how that works. I mean, she's more like, no, that's not how that works, but yeah could also mean, actually, yeah. But yeah could also mean no. It's only like that in games. It's not how that works, it's only... Well, we're still saying that twice, but it feels a little less repetitive. Dot, 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 dot. Okay. So yeah, this is where it ends. This is where we go to like the Miyuki one and the Sakasa one. Is that correct? It is. Okay. 1797. So now we have to go back and do the Yuki one. And it's kind of annoying because, like, for the most part, I think the dialogue is the same between the three. It's just, like, a little bit. The part at the end is what's different. But they copy-pasted it. Okay. There we go. Right spot there. Okay, go to this one. Make sure I don't skip past it. Okay, there we go. Alright, so it's the same deal. During lunch, Miyuki-san introduced me to her friends. Izumi konata de iyo. But I'm cool with just... She doesn't really say it that way, but, you know. It's a little bit of flavor. She just says, like, Konata's good. I'm Konata Izumi. But Konata's good, but I'm cool with just Konata is fine. Alright, so we have to be careful because this line of dialogue is like... Okay, maybe I need to copy-paste it off to the side. Because I think it's literally this interaction is exactly the same. Or maybe not. I think, I don't know, is it? It should be... Okay, we're going to copy that off and I'll have it separate somewhere else. Because I think all those lines are literally the same. Okay, it's going to be hard to, like, fit everything on the screen. Okay, where am I? Okay. So we're just going to try to copy all of that. Sakasahiri, nice to meet you. Well, that was awfully short. Anything more you can say? Yeah. Second line. Alright, we're twins. This here's my older sister while I'm the younger sister. Yeah. Was that good enough? I wouldn't say good, but whatever, it's fine. I'm Kagami Hiragi, Kasa's older twin sister. Nice to meet you. Man, this song's kind of... I don't know, I'm like feeling things from this song. It feels somewhat emotional. It's a nice song. It's Arebesuke. Arebesuke. I don't know how you pronounce that, but like... It's a pretty nice song. It's song number 55 in the Yuno soundtrack. Anyway, let's not get distracted. Why are you introducing yourself, Kagami? You're in the class next door, aren't you? いいじゃん、別にその手間をうぶく覚えて Anyway, it's like habuiteru. Yeah, I mean he's gonna need to know eventually. Okay, you're lying. Some way that you're scared of being left out. I am not. If you say so. That should be where that ends. Alright, 改めまして、桜みゆきです。これからよろしくお願いします。So, once again, I'm Yuki Takara. I look forward to getting to know you. It's perfectly good. Okay, let me make sure. Okay. It's paranoid. The chat froze again, but you guys are just quiet, which is fine. Same thing, I'm happy to have made some friends, all thanks to you. Miyuki-san, right? Same kind of line. Happy to have increased my number of friends. Oh, yaku ni tatate urishii desu. I'm happy to have been of help, right? Maybe we'll go with that instead of I'm happy to help. I'm happy to have been of help. Or I can see why she said it. We did that. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to, yeah. ねえねえ、みゆきさん、フラグ立った？ Hey, Miyuki-san. Did you set a flag? I guess it's one sentence, really, but... The guy. It's like Elijah Wood or something, right? Spy Kids 3. It's the guy. Hata desu ka? Kyo I know what that word is, but I don't know how to pronounce it. A public holiday. I think I have that in my Anki already. Like, I know that word, right? Let's not worry about it. ではありませんが? Although I do feel bad about leaving behind if I don't remember how to pronounce that word. I should learn that. Where are we at? We're at 14? Because this is like a bit of a harder to understand part because it's like she's confused because she doesn't, you're saying the word English word flag. Oh, shukujitsu. I should already have that word, shouldn't I guess I don't. His canon name is just the guy. Of course, she doesn't like. You know, you're saying the English word, and she's saying the Japanese word for like a flag, like you know, like like a country's flag that you might, set up or put on a pole or whatever. Do you set a flag? So yeah. So her confusion about a flag is a little bit lost in translation, but there's not really anything you can do about it. Because we don't really have like a English word for like flag that like is like some sort of more formal word for what a flag is. We just don't. And if she were to use such a word, if there were to be one that exists, it would be such a awkward word that like wouldn't make any sense. But today isn't a holiday. Make sure I double space out things. Oh wait, she does like a trailing ... in the Japanese, so we should keep that. Again, I don't know why I was very active to purge those, but I don't think that was a good idea. そうじゃなくて、どう? First name 君と好き、付き合える? That's not what I meant. So you're gonna be dating, first name 君? Let's say are you. Let's not cut. So are you gonna be dating first name Kun? Is that good? Shonen A got triggered by hearing. Not comma, but like, are you gonna be dating Shonen A? Are you gonna be dating Shonen A? Huh? It's the same idea as what? Like what? ちょっと待ってください。Why is my why does my brain not remember that? It's like sudden, right? But like, why is my brain blanking? I know this word, right? Tototsu, yeah. We are still alive, yes, because I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of working on. I'm working is to the extent that I would be otherwise doing so. I'm just doing it live. The L being first name and F being last name still never fails to confuse me. Yeah, because I just labeled it. Yeah, because we gotta flip the name order. So what's going on? We're in the lunch scene. We made it out of in front of the cherry blossom tree scene. And so now we're at lunchtime where you get properly introduced to the rest of the class, or the rest of the Lucky Star main 4. But it's different based on who the first person you met was, so hold on. Hey, please, hold on a second. Isn't this way too sudden? Or, yeah, that's perfectly good. But yeah, we're just going for however long. I mean, obviously, like, yeah, so it's like, also don't feel bad if you guys like aren't able to watch at all, right? Obviously, because I'm just doing the work I would otherwise be doing, so I'm doing it live in the hopes that it may be of interest, right? 分かってるって。次のイベント待ちでしょ。二人とも選択肢間違えちゃダメだよ。So it's like, oh, I see, waiting for the next event, huh? Yeah. Just don't mess up with the choices. Yeah, that's perfectly good. There's not really, oh, I see. It's just more like... It's more like, I get ya. Waiting for the next event, huh? And that shouldn't influence whether it can fit on the line. Just don't mess up the choices, you two. Let me say not mess up. Let's just don't pick the wrong choices. Don't make mistakes with the choices, what she actually says, but like, just don't pick the wrong choices, you two. Da, 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 da. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I was like, Kagami. Where's Kagami showing up here? Further down in the. Oh, okay. Actually, she does say that. I was like, I thought we were gonna get to the point where it's like Miyuki's done and like they moved on to the next thing, but okay. So, ごめん。こういう時はスルーとしてあげて。So it's like, sorry, in moments like this, してあげて. You know, I'd ignore. It's kind of like a, she's offering, I guess, the advice of like, I would ignore. Yeah, sorry, I just ignore her when she's like this. Or I just ignore her. When she get... I think we have, what we have is fine, right? Just ignore when she's like, yeah. Sorry. When she gets like this, just ignore her. Okay, Yoing Boy is still saying peek. Yeah. 私がいらない恋みたいに言うな. So it's like, you know, don't talk to me, don't like speak as if I'm 私をいらない子みたいに. Oh, okay. It's like towards me. Yeah. Don't talk about me as if I'm some iranaiko, right? Iranaiko. Hopefully that I would assume that's not like a specific word, and they just mean like, because it's like unnecessary, like unneeded. Literally, it's like unneeded girl or unneeded kid. So it's like, don't treat me like I'm some annoying brat. Is perfectly the right idea, right? We'll make it 2 lines though. Don't treat me like I'm some annoying brat. So yeah, Nagamori-san wa? Okay, that's where we end, so we gotta go back. We gotta, you know, be like, oh man, I can't make the guy from Back to the Future. We gotta go back in time. Marty McFly, we gotta be like him, right? I'm trying to think. There's like some sort of game mechanic recently, like past year or two, that was like, that they used the term back in time to refer to it. And that's what I was thinking of. We hit 80 miles per hour. That's what I have to speed up the game for. Like we gotta go real fast through this part. Otherwise we're not gonna be able to do it. We won't make it. What was it back in? I think it's, maybe I'm thinking of, I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom, but didn't they? Is that the game I'm thinking of where you can go back in time and they have a game mechanic called Back in Time? I don't remember. Didn't play that game, so I don't know. Okay, so this is also gonna be like 99% like the same kind of conversation, so I wish I had not deleted. Oh wait, we're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu. That's right. That sounds like, I'm sure that's a quote from some like movie or something. What was that movie? It's like the turkey movie. I forget. Somewhat recent movie about Thanksgiving, and there was like turkeys, and they think that's exactly the plot of it. Okay, so yes. This one is slightly different, though. Maybe I just type it out, because the part with Tsukasa and Kagami is obviously different here in this one. Free Birds, yes, that's the movie I'm thinking of. I'm Yuki Takara. As I'm the class representative, if there's anything you need, feel free to reach out. I'm Konata Izumi, but I'm cool with just Konata. Yep. Comma. Okay. All right. Oh wait. There we go. We'll see where we're at. But I think a good goal potentially for this stream is if we can get to the end of this scene, because that'll be what would be like part 5 of the videos. So we'll get to the lunch scene, but we'll see. I think that might be a reasonable goal if we can kind of get through it somewhat fast. Hetty watches Freebirds every year on Thanksgiving. It's an interesting idea. Again, I'm Tsukasa Hiragi. Kesa hontoni arigato. So like this morning, yeah, thanks a bunch for this morning, right? But obviously it's for helping her, right? So much for helping me this morning. Koronda, yeah, korondan dakke. Dakke? Tsukasa deshi evento da yo ne. So it's like you tripped over and fell, right? That's such a Tsukasa kind of event, right? So maybe we go with event there, but we'll see. You tripped and fell over, right? It's not really a man there, it's just like a... That's such a Tsukasa... That's such a Tsukasa kind of event. Right, because she's talking about it in terms of like the whole situation, right? Not just that she fell over, but like, you know, the whole situation. And she's saying event, right? Because she's being visual novel brained. That's such a Tsukasa kind of event. そういうのいい。いや、毎回好きや。Back in Tennessee, turkey's off the iconic menu. Okay. Taking. I can tell that I'm getting a little tired. I'm like slurring my words a bit. So you know, so it's like that sort of thing. Maikai tsuki awareru natte hoshii kedo sa. So yeah, this is clearly, I think, some sort of expression that I ended up translating that way. So it's like every time you were to like yeah, tsukiao sareru or tsukiao yeah, one's part, let's put this. It's definitely like, yeah, it's like I wish you could be like, you know, you could accompany me like in the position of being basically having to put up with that every single time that happens. It's a lot packed in that idea, right? So it is like being in her shoes, right? Like if you were the one that had to like put up with it every single time it happened, I wish that you would be in such a situation, you know, with the idea that you would understand, right? So I think we're good there, but it's always worth considering what that line is actually saying, right? Because it could be that with my improved Japanese understanding that I would see something that I didn't see before, right? So you say that, but I wish you'd think about what it's like to be in my shoes. Like, I'm so sorry. Well, she doesn't say I'm so sorry, but you know, it is kind of a harsh thing for Kagami to say, so it would be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Betsuni yo. So it's like, no, it's fine. Kodomo no koru kara damo mou narechatta. So yes, no, it's fine. It's been, you know, since it's like a thing since we were little kids, right? Or since we were little, since we were children. I've already gotten used to it. Kagami's always been quite mean, yeah. I think Kagami like doesn't realize that what she says is mean a lot of the time, but she just can't help but be mean is kind of what it is. She doesn't realize that she comes off very like rude. You've been like this since we were little kids. I wouldn't say that, but I get what you mean. Yeah. Not sure who you're responding to on that, but yeah, I mean, like, she is both mean, but there is definitely some things where it kind of comes off at least a little bit like she's not trying to be, but yeah, she's like a mixture of like actually mean and like says things without thinking. She's way more mean in this game. She's pretty casual in anime, just a bit tough and never punches or hurts anyone. She's full mega tsundere in this game. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Or actually, no, Toku's the one saying that, so. Yeah, the game kind of like cranks up some of the personalities a bit to kind of like give the game a different feel. So yeah, you can. She is, in that sense, she's more mean, but like it's kind of like anime Kagami is nicer than manga Kagami. That's interesting. Now that's something I'm not so familiar with. As to how if Kagami is mean in the manga, especially. Okay, We've been like this since we were little kids. I've gotten used to it. There is kind of a vibe of like I've gotten used to it in like a, like not in like a good way. Like, you know, it's like, well, you are kind of like annoying, Tsukasa, but like I've gotten used to it because you've been like this all the time. There is a bit of a notion of that there, but it's hard to capture that one. So, and I wouldn't want to push that too hard because it's like you could very easily make that way meaner sounding than it actually is supposed to be. No, it's fine. You've been like this since we were little kids. I've gotten used to it. そうやってするんだりプリをアピールする鏡を In anime and manga, she's just normal, but in the game, she does come off as kind of rude. Yeah, I guess so. It has been a long time since I watched the anime, so it's kind of hard for me to assess that kind of comparison, but... That is what I have been told by everybody, that Kagami is nicer in the anime. And just like that. So it's like, so yatte, and in that way, like, yeah. So, tsundere puri, so it's like the tsundere-esque, right? Apiru suru kagami moe, right? So I wrote it like how moe, right? But it's like, it's just like that Kagami. You have Kagami and her tsundere appeal, right? And then she's saying that it's moe. If every Lucky Star character is a stereotype, then I think Kagami is literally the only normal person. I don't know if I would say Kagami is entirely normal. Kagami is definitely like a sensitive person. Like she's like somebody that's really easy to like get under her skin. But she doesn't, you know, it's exactly in the tsundere sense. Like she like, it's easy to accident to like. She's very sensitive, but she doesn't want to come off as a sensitive person. And so that's why, like, I think a lot of, like, people in, like, that's more of my take, is, like, a lot of the Konata, like, being like, oh, I love you, Kagami. You know, a lot of Konata's like, oh, I love you, is kind of like... It's because she knows that Kagami is, like, a very sensitive person that, like, gets triggered by stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say Kagami is normal because she's kind of somebody that really seeks like validation from people in a way that's probably a bit unhealthy. Mostly due to her being in a separate class from her sister. So you know, she is kind of tsundere in that sense. So RGO MC is even more normal. Well, RGO MC is he's like a mixture of normal but also like kind of cracked sometimes. Cause he like loves his like he loves to gamble and he loves trading cards and stuff. They kind of portray him as a little bit like the, I mean, yeah, they do kind of have him also be like the Tsukomi, like the guy who goes like, what the heck is going on here? You guys are crazy. So, and he has like that mixture of like, he knows about like anime stuff and he like kind of watches it, but he's not like a super like otaku at all. Just like that, you've got Kagami's. We'll go with the tsundere appeal on full display, even though it's a bit of an embellishment from what they say. I think it captures the vibe. Card games are serious business. That's actually one thing that needs to be kind of thought about whenever you do translation from Japanese to English, or any language for that matter, is that when you have somebody who doesn't, you have to kind of assume that the person may not be able to fully like pick up on the emotion of the voice acting. So you want to make sure that you kind of include that in the, you don't lose that in the translation, because that might be the only way that they kind of pick it up. You guys are all crazy, says the crazy person. Welcome to chaos. Alright. Great to see you back, Nomi. No, I am not a tsundere. Na, 違うよ。私はツンデレじゃない。What? No. No. I'm not a tsundere. Hey, hi. It's like, sure. いいから自己紹介したら So ikara is like, in this case, I kind of didn't always pick up on that, like, because ikara literally means like because it's good, right? But you know, ikara can have this tone of like, who cares about whatever, like, forget the previous thing. Let's, you know, move on. So it is kind of more like, just go ahead and introduce yourself, because that's the, like the good thing, like that's the thing that we should be doing, instead of talking about whether you're a tsundere or not. Of course, Konitsu's doing the like kind of like, let's move on, let's drop the conversation, because you know, you don't get a counter, like, you know, I'm not debating whether you're a tsundere or not, because you are, kind of vibes. Sure. How about you just introduce yourself already? Yeah. Instead of why don't you introduce yourself then? Because it is more like a, yeah. Like, just go ahead and start introducing yourself. Stop arguing about whether you're a tsundere. Ugh, it's like, oh, fine. Like, yeah, I get it. Like,私はヒリギ鏡。今朝は迷惑かけたわよね。So I'm Kagami Hirgi. We sure caused you a lot of trouble this morning, huh? So a lot of trouble is obviously, it's not part of that, but you know, what people would say, right? I'm Kagami Hirgi. We sure caused you a lot of trouble. This morning, huh? Let's see, is that better? We sure made a lot of trouble for you. Sure, it's fine. I know I have a tendency to constantly use the phrase like caused you a lot of trouble as a way to translate meiwaku kakete or kakeru, right? But I think that's fine. Sonokoto nai yo. Like, don't say that. But not at all works great. Ban hoso or ban soko wa hatta dake dashi sa. It's like all I did was stick a band-aid, as apply a band-aid, right? But of course that's like on Tsukasa from earlier. All I did was stick a band-aid on your sister. Oh. ベタだけど、いいイベント。どう？スカスに燃えた？ Were you moed by Tsukasa? Right. You know, it's kind of, I mean, like, moe in this case is kind of more like, have you, were you, I mean, in this case, like, literally, she's saying probably more like, were you infatuated or kind of by Tsukasa, but like, you know, she uses the word moe in a way that, like, like, he goes on to be confused by what the word moe even means, right? So. Whole. Maybe we'll go, ooh. I probably should just hear what that sounds like, because... Yeah, we'll just hear it, because I want to make sure that the oh ho ho or whatever is... We're doing a good job with that. Unfortunately, again, like, the audio doesn't want to play. So we have to do part 5. It is like, ooh. Okay. There we go. Ooh. A cliche yet wonderful. Like what, but yet good, right? But event, like wonderful sounds better. How was it? Were you taken in by Tsukasa's? Oh wait, and that kind of gets close to fitting on the, exceeding the line, so let's see. Okay. Because she's like, or he's like, moita te? Which is a bit of like a, he doesn't really know what she exactly means by that. I mean, you could say that infatuated, but like... you know, like the concept of moe is a different thing from this, like the concept of being infatuated. Buchake tamashi no sakebi. So it's like, you know, frankly, or like to put it bluntly, it's like the shouting, it's like a shout of the soul. Kagaeru janai. Kanjiru no. It's not something you think about, it's something you feel. So the buchake is like, you know, let's, you know, instead of giving a more detailed explanation, let's just get to the point. So maybe like... Right. I could probably spend a lot of time thinking about that, but I think... You know, to try to make it not a question, because she doesn't say it's a question originally. It's like, basically, your soul cried. The cry of your soul, right? Satsugi, Satsugi. Hey, Alex LL. Yes, that's the opening to... That's the Hamate Sabote, oh my god, like, opening lyrics. Great to see you, I don't think I've seen you before. So we'll just go with that, because... it's not something... There's bigger fish to fry as far as, you know, things we could potentially change, right? It's not something you think about, you feel it. And ... 気にしないで。この歌、いつもこうだから。So it's like just like don't mind, don't pay any attention, like, you know. Welcome to well me. Just ignore Konata's always like this. And then she goes, TPO, wakimaeteru. So wakimaeteru. Pretty sure that's kind of like you divide it out, right? Like you can distinguish between, right? Wakimaeru. Yeah, you can discern, right? Discerning. Let's go add that to my Anki. Okay. TPO and wakimaeteru yo. So it's like, you know, she acts appropriately for the TPO, where TPO means time, place, and occasion. So she's kind of saying like I base my behavior off of time, place, and occasion. So let's see. I mean, I shortened it to only when it's appropriate. I guess the thing that I have to think about is whether TPO, right? That's the key tricky thing. Is TPO something that like normal people say, or is it like a weeb thing to say? And it does feel like it's a weeb thing to say. But it also, I don't know, what kind of usages does TPO get in Japanese? You sure about that, Konata? Or wase. TPO de... Oh, wait a minute. They actually used the specific wording. Is this some sort of reference? I would hope not. Personally, I've never heard it before in your life. Well, yeah, it's a Japanese word. It's not an English word. It's a waseeigo, which means it's a, like, time, place, occasion is not something people actually say in English, but it's like Japanese people adopted it. I mean, given the fact that, like, there's Japanese like articles about what TPO means, I would assume it's not a common thing that people say. Because there's kind of like a, oh, what does TPO mean? Like, you learn all about, like, it's like a explanation for like people who, like, for Japanese people about what it means. So I would assume that that means we can go and assume it is weird language. Because that might flavor how we want to do it. Maybe we want to actually keep her saying TPO or something. Or it's like, I act according to the time, place, and occasion. But only when it's appropriate is a good backup in case we can't think of a good thing to have her say. I act based on the time, place, and occasion. Or I can distinguish. Thing is that it's also like, well, the Japanese, the person doesn't know what they said in Japanese, right? So it's like, you don't want to make a line awkward because it doesn't. I don't think it comes off as like awkward. It comes off as like she's saying something that like is like a thing people say if you're like a weeb or an otaku, but like. There's translator's notes option, but like you want to. There's a level where you don't want to like do that more than you have to, because like at a certain point you start to do the thing where it's like the all according to Keikaku thing, where it's like Keikaku means plan. It's like there's no way I could have used plan. Like plan was definitely not capturing what I wanted, right? So it's like TPO is like, it's not really a reference to anything, right? Like to me, I don't think it's a reference to anything. It's just a saying. So I think we're just going to keep only when it's appropriate. Yeah, you want to save the translator's notes for like references to obscure things rather than like a turn of phrase that's doesn't really have an equivalent in English. But you know, you can say something that's like 99% the same without without it, right? Because all she's really saying is that she acts according to what's appropriate, right? If you say so. Ikara. So Ikara again, like, you know, it's not so, it's a little more like rougher than like how about you eat your cornets now? It's like it's like implying that you should go eat your cornets because that's more important than arguing over this, right? Like if you say so, just go just go ahead, just eat your cornets or something like that. It's like it's like, now go and eat your cornets. It's more of a command. It's like, yeah, just shut up. Eat your cornets. Okay. But she doesn't say shut up and eat your cornets. She just says something that's like basically that, but nicer, slightly. Now we're probably gonna get a jump in the text because it's gonna probably put all the other places where they have like beginning of lunch part, because there's more than just these three in later parts of the game, right? But at this point, we're basically out of the beginning. Like it's gonna converge here, so no matter what character you ran into initially. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, where's Nagamori-san? So yaba Nagamori-san wa? So let's go and look for that. Wait, wrong one. So yaba. So yaba. And I have to make sure that's the only place. Wait, there's two places. No, there's two places. 1853, but there's also another place where she says that. Okay, so I don't remember where she says it elsewhere, but it's followed up by nothing. Okay. Okay, so I think this other one is like Yapari. Yeah. The other one is in a different context because later on in the game he's talking about different. Did I get to the end of the soundtrack? No, I didn't. The song is just quiet. Oh, there we go. Now it's the audio. So looking around, I can see we want the one that's like 1894. And then go back. So Suyeba, I don't know why she says, it's like kind of like she's changing the subject. But Suyeba can kind of also mean like, you know, now that I think about it. But nobody was talking about Nagamori, so like, it's more just like an anyway. Anyway, where's Nagamori-san? Oh, that's right, 1894, just right spot, okay. Shisen no meguru sete mita mono no. So it's like despite kind of looking around, Tsugata ga mienai, like I couldn't see her like figure, like I couldn't see her. Gosh, I somehow ran out of conversation starters. Well, that's fine. You know, the stream's been going on for a while, so it makes sense that people would get kind of tired of knowing what to say. But I'm just here. Meguru, or megara, yeah. Megara sete mita mono. So despite looking around, I couldn't see her. Doko itan daro ka? Like where I wonder where she went, or like, you know, where could she have gone? So we're pretty good on that one. The weather. Well, the weather's gonna depend on who, where you live, right? I mean, it's getting colder, right? It's November. It is kind of getting to the point here where it's getting to that like cozy cold feeling, right? Where it's like, it's just kind of always a little cold. And you gotta turn your heater on, and then the heater hasn't been turned on, you know, since last winter. So it's kind of got a little bit of the warm air smell. It's got a bit of a vibe. It's very comfy. But then it sucks when you go outside because it's like cold. It's like, ah! Looking around, I couldn't see her anywhere. Where could she have gone? Guess we'll have the trailing dot dot dots again. Because again, it's a vibe that I kind of lost by getting rid of those. Nanika Yoji? So it's like, is there something, you know, some business with her, like you need her for something? For me, it snowed like crazy on Halloween specifically, and then it melted the next day. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't think, you know, where I live, I don't think it doesn't really snow until like December. I mean, if it's gonna snow, it's not gonna really snow until like December. And if it does, it mostly, if it's gonna snow, it's gonna snow mostly in January or February for me. And that's in Texas. Do I prefer dubbed or subtitled anime? I prefer to watch anime. I actually don't watch that much anime these days, mostly because I'm doing other things. But I actually prefer to watch. If I watch anime, it's usually subbed, but I also like to watch anime without any subtitles, like just in Japanese, and I just kind of vibe with it. I don't always understand fully what they say, but I like to just listen. And it's just fun to do. Because sometimes you can have this thing where when you're learning Japanese, you can get discouraged because you try to read the subtitles and then you hear what they say and you're like struggling to hear what they say. But if you turn off the subtitles and you don't let yourself get distracted by them and you just purely focus on listening, you can understand more than you would think, right? So, at least in my case. So I like to do that. But the thing is, like the thing with dubbed or subbed, right, is it's always like, it's not that I would really mind. I mean, like learning Japanese and stuff, I do have a natural preference for the Japanese original, but the problem is also just like dubs are not that great a lot of the time. Not always, but it's just like it feels like most of the time anime dubs are not that great, or games that are like anime related. Fellow Minnesota person. So we have some Minnesota people. The soda's smaller there. Are they mini sodas? Okay. Terrible joke. You know, everything's bigger in Texas, right? But like, is all the sodas smaller in Minnesota? Okay. Yes, I wanted to ask her. 学園祭の手伝いをお願いしたくて。Soda! What was it, like, Obama? Not to do political memes, but like, you know, it's not... Soda! Yeah. Or like, I also think of Soda Drinker Pro. That game where it's like, bonus soda. Yeah, I can understand if it's hard to read the subtitles because of like, you know, you can't see them that great. It is kind of also annoying, like when you watch sub with subs, it's like the subs cover things up, or you can't, like your eyes are too focused. Yeah, Obama's. your eyes are too focused on the subs, and you kind of miss out on like with the action, right? So that's another reason why sometimes it's like, okay, let me just watch it. It's kind of a weird mindset you have to get into if you're gonna watch without any subs and you're learning Japanese, because it's like, you know, until you get good enough, you're not gonna fully understand everything, but at the same time, like, it's a unique experience, right? And you don't have to deal with the subs of like, again, reading the subs and being distracted by them. You can kind of just be in the moment. It's a different experience because you again have to deal with being okay with not fully understanding what you're watching, but you know, I mean, the whole idea is if you do it enough, you eventually don't have that problem. Okay. Minnesota. So I wanted to ask her to help out with the school festival. There's not really, is there a trailing? I mean, there is in the Japanese, but like, it's kind of like, you know, in I want to talk about the school festival. So, okay, did it actually stop again? Some of these songs have like a lot of like dead air at the end or the beginning of them. Makes me think that the song and the music ended. Ne, sensei kara nanika kiteru? Kiteru, not kiteru. So did you hear anything from Sensei? Like, presumably about that, right? So. Did Sensei tell you anything about that? Of course, Sensei will be capitalized because that's proper grammar, actually. Just mess that up. 手伝えって言われたけど, so it's like she told me to help with it. She asked me to help with it, right? So So it's like, that's right. Onegai dekinai desho ka? It's like, am I able to, you know, ask? You know, there's a little bit of like presumption. Yeah, onegai dekinai, it's like, I presume that I will be able to ask, right? I presume that I will be able to request. So yes, I can count on you to help us, right? It's perfectly good. I think I've said that 10 million times. Like, it's all perfectly good. You know. Again, we'll consider writing a script to just copy over stuff from the patch, and we'll use that as our base. Like, we can just literally just edit, because it does sort of feel like we're getting to the point where a lot of lines are literally just going to be okay like as is, and we only need to like hand pick a couple lines to fix here and there. I was wondering if you linked the row toolkit. I've talked about it. I try not to make a big deal about it as of now, because like I have talked about it on stream and I've talked about it in other places, but yeah, I haven't really like made a point out of it, because it's not really like, it's as is, right? So it's not really meant to be like, I'm not gonna really help people if they like don't know how to use it, because it's just like, it's not really at that point where people can really free, like, you know, you're on your own, right? That's kind of why I haven't talked about it so much, but but yeah, it's there. It's on GitHub. It's Rogue Aquan Toolkit. That's the tools that I use. It's not like, the translation isn't going to be up there until at least the patch release, because I don't want people to like leak it, I guess, but yeah, it's going to be there. It doesn't have documentation, yeah. It's not documented, and it's kind of, I write weird code, admittedly. My style is very like a very specific flavor of C coder that is not, I think, very common outside of like certain circles, so yappari isugoshii in da. So it's like, I'm sure it's gonna, well, it's like, yappari isn't like, I'm guessing, or I figure, as that I expect it to be that he would be busy, right? So, you know, I'm sure it's going to keep me busy is perfectly fine. And yes, that would speed up a lot. Opaque. It definitely would. I'm sure it's going to keep me busy, huh? I guess there's the sort of downside that it would maybe encourage me to not consider each line as carefully, but at the same time, it's like, it really is, most lines are going to be the same. Like 90% of lines are not getting any changes, because yeah. I think this is the longest stream since Haruhi 1. No, I think the last work stream is still longer. Last work stream started at like, was like 6 hours, and I think we're at, how long? Like 5, in like maybe like a little less than 5 at this point. Fortunately, it doesn't really give me 4.5 hours, it seems. So no, we're not quite there. I mean, the code does not look bad, right? Well, I do appreciate that. But I do also know that I do a lot of stuff that like is not common practice. At least it's historically with C, right? Like I use arenas and stuff, and I use lots of macros, which I guess is not the most unusual thing, but for C, but it's like, yeah, the logic to it, once you understand what I'm trying to do, it's not that crazy. But if you're not familiar with C coding, and like, it's kind of a little weird. Especially since I think, again, a lot of ROM hackers use C# or Python, so yeah. So kanari ne, so it's like very much so. I think it's more because how the game in console works. Did someone? Oh, hey, Millie. Didn't know you were here. Yes, I guess someone did say. People have been talking about Haruhi quite a bit, or not quite a bit. I mean, earlier we were talking about Watch Order, and how I was gonna maybe one day watch Haruhi in Timepiece Order, where it's truly random, true random. None of this chronological versus airing order stuff. We're going true random. So yeah. Would it not rather be C++ and C? Well, I don't... I used to be a fan of C++, but not anymore. I like C. I just thought C++ was too complicated. It's like, oh, I'm spending way too much time thinking about the architecture of the code rather than like actually doing things. So it was just like, no, I don't want C++ anymore. I just like C. C's like, you know, it's simple. Watch Endless 8 first. You know, imagine if Timepiece Order would result in Endless 8 being the first episodes, and it would be like in the backwards order of Endless 8. So you'd watch Endless 8 first, and then go backwards from there. Or you could also just have it like Endless 8 is always just evenly spaced out, so it's just like every now and then you're like, no, another Endless 8 episode. C requires more manual work. It depends. I like the idea that you roll a 28-sided dice until you watch every episode, even if that means rolling episodes multiple times. Oh man, we put a random number. Yeah, D28 it. That's an interesting premise. That's actually a really, really funny premise. That's really hilarious. That's actually really good. If I decide to ever, it'd be hard to like make a video out of this premise because you couldn't really show like anime footage on YouTube, right? It'd be bad. But that's an interesting concept. When I watched the show, to do it exactly that way. But yeah, as for C, the thing is with C is it's like, it depends. Like, I mean, it really depends on how you do it, right? Like, you can certainly spend a lot of time, like the arena stuff. Like, arenas are a good strategy to avoid having to deal with a lot of the memory management stuff, because you think about, instead of the lifetimes being like each object that you allocate has its own lifetime, you think of lifetimes as being groups, and you group them that way, and it saves a lot of the headache. So there's kind of techniques for that, but yeah. And you find that with C++, it's like, I mean, depending on your use case, it's like only a couple of features of C++ that people would actually really save you a lot of time. At least in my opinion. At least for what I do, right? What I do, you know, like, oh, I really just want vector. I really just want std vector. And it's like, well, std vector can be achieved pretty much in C with some macros. And using arenas can really make things a lot easier too. Like, arenas basically are your memory management like go-to that saves you a lot of time. That feeling when you watch Endless 8-3 for the 6th time. Oh no, if you put the movies in there too, you're like, no, I have to watch that movie for the 5th time. Oh man. Sounds like a great idea though. So we're gonna super busy. I think we're gonna go very much so. Because she doesn't say super busy, she says like very kanari. Why does my brain not remember that word? It's like kai, like the beginning of the festival, like is soon. Ato skoshi nandakedo. It's like it's a little more ways, and then junbi ga susunde nakuto ne. It's like but the progress is not moving forward, right? The preparations are not progressing, right? So, oh my gosh, what is this? Is like the beginning of the festival soon, right? Like, what word is that though? Oh, Kaisai, I should know that. Oh my gosh. Alright, see ya, Nomi. Great to see ya. Yeah, thanks for coming out, and I think you came like multiple times, so that was really appreciated. So yeah, it's like holding a conference, you know, and so on. Opening, hosting. Yeah, I should know the word Kaisai. Yeah, so festival is coming up soon, or yeah, it's not long until the festival begins. But we haven't been making much progress. But the progress has not been the preparations have not been progressing, right? So is GN? Are you gonna? Okay. Is it, Nomi's going to. Okay. I guess Toku, are you leaving too? If so, then thanks for coming out, but I can't can't tell from context. It's coming up soon, but we haven't been making much progress. So it's like there's various events, right? We put too much kiai in, right? Like we got too fired up, right? Too much motivation. So that bit off more we can choose perfectly. Say it with me, guys. Perfectly good, right? Kaisai is a word I would see so much because it's very commonly used at work when referring to holding events in games as a service games. Yeah, that definitely sounds right. And I've definitely seen Kaisai is like one of those words that like I've seen a lot and I understood what it meant from seeing it a lot, but I just did not remember like the pronunciation. Yeah, that's kind of my bad for not being diligent about my Anki usage. Ironically, while everyone else is leaving, I am also leaving. It's not very ironic, but yeah, I get what you're saying. So, see ya, opaque sleep. Okay. Kamo, like maybe. けど楽しい学園祭になると思うよ。So yeah, maybe, but I think it'll end up being a. Well, the reallys are not actually there, but I think that's also fine. Maybe. But I think it'll end up being a really fun festival. We can give Tsukasa that really. It's not a big deal. だったらやりがいはありそうだね。The latest will reset. Find it. Well, I don't know who that is, but I'm sure. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. And the datara, so yari kai, like the worth of doing. There is worth in doing it, right? So. And so that'll make it all worth it, right? It's definitely, yeah. I'll try not to say the perfectly good. Make it all worth it, right? kanari bachiri. So kanari bachiri. Bachiri, I mean, that is like exactly right, but like, is that the best word we can use? Bachiri, yeah, perfectly right, you know, so. It is very, very much yes, right? It's kind of what she's saying, right? So exactly would be good. She did the song Ironic, where none of the things she says are ironic are actually ironic. Well, people like to use the word you'd know it if you heard it. Well, I didn't hear it, so. But that's not uncommon, right? Everyone says ironic is like a word people use without really knowing how to properly say it, what they're it's a word people misuse, right? けど毎日帰りが遅くてさ、アニメがね見えれないがだよね. So that's a bit of a flavored up text, so she's like, exactly, but I get home late every day. Anime, I don't see it. Or I can't see it. I cannot see anime. But you know, I know she goes like, anime ga ne mirenai da yo ne. Femboy and female are the same word if you think about it. Not quite, but I mean, I see what you're saying. So late every day. And again, this is flavored up that she doesn't really say how I miss you. But we gotta capture the vibe, right? She's like being very like, oh, you don't get to see it. It's like trying to think. It's like, do I want to say anything on this topic? It's like, I think I'll pass. Beyond being like, yeah. Soka, I see. Channeling his inner, why do I not remember his name? It's always hard to say like his name. Ro from why do I not remember the name of the game? Why am I trying so hard to make a joke that nobody will get? From what is it? Now I want to just from Shenmue, right? Yeah, because I see a lot, right? Nebusoku. Why was I my Ki Aji? I guess my brain not remember that word. It's not Ki Aji, obviously, but like Kimi. Oh, right, that word. So I feel as if, right, I don't get enough sleep. Junbi ga isogashi kara nemukute menukute. So it's like it's probably more like I feel like I'm gimme. I thought it, you know. Oh, you're right. You're right. Gimme when it's, yeah, my bad. You're right. Nabisoko gimme kamo, right? So it's, yeah, it's tending to. So yeah, then it's more like It's like I probably haven't been getting enough sleep then, right? I probably haven't been getting enough sleep. The preparation is busy, so I'm so sleepy, right? All the preparation keeps me so sleepy. Or keeps me so busy, it made me so sleepy. All the preparation keeps me so busy. It's made me so sleepy. So I ended up basically just writing a longer version of the first original line, right? I probably don't get enough sleep. I probably haven't been getting enough sleep. Well, haven't getting enough is probably more grammatically correct. Like, 眠たいのは年中でしょ。明日こそ早く起きようね。So it's like, yeah, you're sleepy all year round, Tsukasa. So it's like tomorrow, but you know, like, but let's get up early tomorrow though, like, you know, with an emphasis that like tomorrow is your chance to turn that around and get up earlier, right? Is that a better way to say that? I think, yeah, just try waking up earlier tomorrow is probably a good way to do that. And then first name San mo sumimasen ga yoroshiku onegaishimasu. So yeah, sorry to say this, but we need you is pretty good. First name Kun, not Finn. Or first name San, right? My bad. But we need you. That's a tough line to nail. Yeah, there's a lot of lines that are kind of tricky in this game because for various, I don't know. This game kind of can go back and forth between having lines that are pretty easy and also just some like really weird lines. It's hard to put into words though, but it's like, yeah. それはいいんだけどさ, so it's like that's fine, but you know, like that's not the problem. 私にできること, I don't know, like, but is there even anything, yeah, I can do, right? So, oh wait, I skipped one of them. So it's like, you know, it's fine. I think it's more like it's okay, right? Because it's like he's not, it's fine kind of gives me like a dismissive kind of feeling. It's okay, but is there even anything I could do? Sungoku tappiriru ne. I'm watching at 2 times speed. It turns out I was watching a hand of it. Oh man. I feel like I talk kind of fast, so it'd be kind of hard to understand me at 2 times speed. I have a tendency to talk too fast. Sungoku tappiriru ne. Ima... Jinshu... My gosh. Hito... That's not... Why do I never know? This is what happens when you like get hitode. Yeah. This is what happens when you just like rely too much on like reading and like you just go like, well, I know what that kind of means. Like I don't need to like learn the reading of it. Then you end up yeah. Gotta correct that. Add Anki words. Alright, すんごくサプリとね、今、人手が足りてないもん。So it's like, yeah, there's tons. Now, it's not where super, they don't say super understaffed, but the sort of emphasis on like there being tons, right, does kind of imply that, right? There's tons for you to do. Could have a line life checker thing as well. Yes, I literally took the idea from from the Haruhi web, from the Jonko's Jonko from his tool. We're super understaffed. Do we want to do that? I always have a tendency in my translations, Jonko. The Jonathan Company. We're really super, I mean, super is fine, right? I always get concerned that I'm really hyping up the translation by always adding words like really and very and like super when they didn't say that. But I mean, people say, I mean, I don't know. It feels like in English people like to use very and super and really, like people like to hype things up. At least you know, as we always talked about in Haruhi translation chat, it's like, is this a British versus American thing? Like, oh, Americans love to say very and really, and then British people don't, and it's like, then it leads to everyone being like confused because it's like, wait a minute, what you're talking about this as if it's like everyone talks that way, and it's like, but in my experience, nobody talks that way. Yes. ですので、少し、かなり忙しくなると思います。So it's like, yes, so things, as a result, a little, no, really busy things will get, I think, right? So things will get a little, no, things will get incredibly busy, I think. So nanda. I see. I don't know why. I mean, like, I just saw that it fitted, but like, yeah, that definitely, yeah, that definitely fits. I see. Tenko state no tokoro. さてのところすみません。やっぱり不安ですよね。Yeah, so you're in the position of like just having transferred. Oh. やっぱり不安だ。Yeah, so it's like obviously you're anxious, right? Obviously you're uneasy. Yeah. Again, we gotta avoid changing for the sake of changing. You anxious. Right. Oh, now we have a choice. Oh, man. So the choice is 役に立てるかも、立てるかが不安、遊べないのかのが不安、and やっぱり寝不足が不安。So yeah, will I be helpful? It's like, I'm anxious about. It's like literally what it is. Just like I'm anxious about not being. Yeah. All right, we'll see you, Millie. I'm sorry, I almost said Listy. See you, Millie. It's great to see you here. And good night. I'm sure it's very late over there. Actually, probably about midnight, right? So, pretty late. So yeah, great to see you. All right. So yeah, so it's like I'm worried. I know I shortened these because of the original patch limitations. So it's like, yeah. 楽に立てるかが不安、遊べないのが不安、やっぱり不足が不安。So it's like I'm worried that I'm anxious about whether or not I will be helpful. I'm anxious about whether or not I will be able to play, and I'm anxious about about not getting enough sleep. So I actually think that it's good, the shorter versions, because it's like, it seems like to make them longer would be very wordy for no good reason. It's like, will I be helpful? Will I have free time? So, yes, once again, everything is perfectly good. Perfectly good as all things should be. And that is choice number 13. Will I get enough sleep? I mean, we could have worried about being helpful, worried about having free time, worried about not getting enough sleep. Do I want to do that? Worried about being helpful. I think I prefer the way I've had it. Or 不安かな。失敗したらごめんね。Although I needed to get back to where I was. There we go. And it should be that 1916 is just the first answer. Wait a minute. Okay. It's like the window wasn't focused, but I was like, no. Thought the game crashed. So I wouldn't say I'm kind of worried. It's like, I'm a bit worried. I won't. Because he's like, yeah, it's like whether or not I will be helpful, I'm a bit worried about that. But nobody says that really, so. No, you don't have the ellipses anymore, so yeah, I'm a bit worried. I won't be much help. Although I think I had that, I guess, maybe because it's like, it does kind of feel like a better way to reply to Yuki's question. So it's like, it incorporates the kana. So yes, never. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna default, right? Guess I'm kind of worried I won't be much help. Sorry in advance. Or no. Shipashitara gomen ne. So it's just like sorry if I mess up. Maybe we don't need sorry in advance. Because he doesn't really say it that way. So it's like, sorry if I mess anything up. Instead of screw anything up, yeah, mess anything up is probably a little better. I mean, I guess, you know, like Shippai is more like, yeah, okay, that's fine. それはお互い様よ. So it's like we're, you know, together in this, like, you know, people like say like in the same boat kind of idea. So we're on this together, you know, so it'll be okay, don't worry about it, right? So yeah, Kagami's line's still pretty good. Don't worry about it, it'll be okay. Kagami-san no yutori desu. First name son, ganbarimashou. So yeah, let's all do our best. I mean, this is kind of just more like, let's do our best, but following Kagami being like, we're all in this together, works out that way. First name, son. Let's all do our best. Oh wait, this is where it meets back up, so... Is that correct? Yes, so... Quick save back here. Will I have free time? 遊べないのが不安かな。ストレスたまらない。Yeah, and then I think I had that, I guess, because like it follows up. Same sentence structure, I guess, is kind of what I was thinking of at the time, and I guess I'm inclined to agree. It does feel at this point like I'm kind of just constantly justifying, like, oh yes, the original line is perfectly good, don't need to change it, you know. It's like at this point. But it's at the same time, it's like you don't just want to change things just to change them. Okay, are we actually at the end of the soundtrack now? No. We still have like 20 minutes of the soundtrack left. It's like, well, it's more like I'm worried I won't have any free time, I guess. Let's see if that fits. So it's like, doesn't the stress build up is kind of what he says. So doesn't that stress you out? Works out well. Sugoku tamaru, like it really builds up. So, oh boy, does it. It's pretty, again, she says this with like a lot of emotion, so like it makes sense to like do something that's a bit flavorful. ネトゲする時間もなくてさ、 It's like I've even lost the time to play video game or play net games. I haven't even had time to play net games. Not my net games, I guess, butけどあんた深夜アニメは見てるんでしょ? But you still watch late anime, don't you? それだけは外せないよ。Or 外せないよ. Yeah. Anime. So that word means. I think it's just a different kanji for miru, isn't it? 時間なくてなったら死んじゃうかも. If I were to not have time to watch anime, I might die. So, let's see. So it's like that's the one thing I can't get rid of. Sacrifice was like a flavorful thing, right? And again, she says this with a lot of emphasis, so we probably do want to keep that emotion. If I don't make time to watch anime, I might die. And just to make sure that that is in fact what that is. It is just a different kanji for miru. So we will, I guess, put that in my Aki, but alright. It's the one thing I can't sacrifice, so I don't make time to watch anime, I might die. Sonamato oba na. So it's like that's another oba, like you're going too overboard, right? Again with your exaggerations. Why does my brain think exaggeration isn't spelt with 2 G's, but it is, right? It is. It's also another thing, it's like you start to get like really paranoid about how common words are spelt when you go on and you get too in the weeds on this sort of thing. You're like, but it's gotta be spelled. That doesn't look right. You know, common words start to look wrong. Demo, kibun tenko, tenko. It's like a change of pace, right? So. にはちょうどいいよね。俺も最近見るようになったよ. So it's like I've also started watching it recently. But yeah, so but a change of pace, mental break is probably, let me make sure that mental break is just kind of like a proper definition of that word. Yeah, it is mental break. Yeah, that works. But a mental break can be just what you need. Because chodoi is like, it's perfect, right? Like it's like it's a little different from like saying mental break is, it's good to have mental breaks. The chodoi no, yeah. And the yone has like that agreement aspect, so. But a mental break can be just what you need sometimes. Lately, I've started watching it too. Now, that should still fit even if I add an extra space. I mean, like, it really should. Nani? Dore miteru no? So it's kind of like, what's that? It's like, what? What do you, which do you watch, right? So like, what shows do you watch? So I think I had to tell me is like a bit of flavor, but maybe that's not, maybe that's something we'll say like, no, that's not what she said though. It's probably because it's like, what's that? What shows do you watch is probably like saying what too many times, right? It's like, what? What shows do you watch? Maybe more like, oh? Like, oh? What do you watch? Or which shows do you watch? Because it's like, dore is which, right? Oh. Oh? Which shows do you watch? Perhaps time to go and refer to how it sounds in the video. It sounds very, it's very nani, like it's very like, you know, like people will hear it that she says nani. What's that? Which shows do you? The thing is that nani is just like not what in this case. It's just like. Okay, well, tell me was never any very much either, right? But like, I think well, it's meet in the middle, right? Guess I yatteta yatsu. Like it came on this, like it's the, yeah, it came on this morning. Kirasta dakke? Now, kirasta dakke is not like ever heard of it. It's more like I think it was called kind of thing, like. Yeah. I think it's called Keyluk Star. See how that looks. Yeah. Oh, no. 私も好きだよ。いつもいいとこは悪いよね。It's always ending at good parts, right? So it always ends at the good parts. It's not really a though. It's just more like she's just saying that. I like that one too. It always ends when it's getting good. I think the though is like, because you can't help but kind of feel like it's a though in English. Though it always ends at the good part, always ends when it's getting good. だよね. It's like, I know, right? I know, right? 今朝もそうだよね. It's like this morning's was like that too, right? Today, but you know, today's episode, it's like that too. Suzuki, 気になるよな. It's like I wonder what happens next. It's on my mind what happens next. I want to know what happens next. And then you have the trailing off, but like it's more like a happy sort of trailing off that doesn't come off, I think, with the ... in English. So I want to know what happens next. Futsu no wadai ga aru to. Okay. 普通の話題があると仲良くなるのも早いですね。羨ましいです。So, yeah. It's like it was quick for you to have like, yeah, everyday topics. And to get along well. So you were quick to get along well and have everyday conversations. I'm jealous. So this captures that, but it doesn't capture it necessarily in the same way that they said it. So it's like, you were quick. You're already does kind of imply that it was fast, right? Yeah, I mean, this was a line I definitely remember having to spend a lot of time on. Too sure are getting along well. You're already talking about everyday topics together. Makes me a bit jealous. Because for her to say like I'm jealous would be a little like, she's not really meaning it that way. Like she's meaning she doesn't say a bit, but it is kind of a softening that I guess I felt was appropriate to Miyuki's personality. But do I want to not do that? Let's think about it. I'll have I'm jealous. You know, I'm jealous. But I mean, we understand that she's not like, you know, super maliciously jealous. Hello, friendly Miyuki. Very appropriate for you to be coming in on a line where I'm thinking about making sure that Miyuki comes off as friendly. So very appropriate timing. Now, did the music actually end for real this time? No, we have like one song left for the last 5 minutes. It also is like, it doesn't seem to be anything though. Several minutes of silence on this. Yeah, I guess we reached the end of the soundtrack, so yeah. What do I mean? Well, I'm talking about the music, but as far as the friendly Miyuki line, I mean, like, Miyuki's talking about, you know, how you and the protagonist and Konata are getting along well, so it's like she's trying to be friendly in the way that she expresses it, because she says that she's jealous, right? But we understand that she doesn't like mean that she's like super jealous about it. It's like kind of a lighthearted jealousy. Like she's just being friendly in that sense, right? So I guess we'll find something else to listen to. Although I think we are gonna probably say that the stream is not gonna last too much longer, given the fact that like it's gone on for like a really long time at this point. But this is the Magic Knight Ray Earth Saturn games OST. A game that I think is pretty good. Yeah, she's not irritated. Yeah. Magic Knight Ray Earth on the Sega Saturn. I've never played it, but I've seen it and it seems pretty good. And I like its soundtrack a lot, so we will listen to it for however much longer we go. So, buchake umai ne? No. Buchake shinyu. Or no, this is not. This is like ruiyu. I forget how you say that word, but it's a friend that you have because of a hobby. It's a hobby friend, Ruitomo. Getting the center Saturn in modern day, well, in modern day. I feel like there was something about the modern day situation with Sega Saturn where it's like, is it hard to like get discs for Sega Saturn games these days or something? I forget. Or is it like emulating them is hard? I don't remember. Buchike Ruitomo でしょ? けどまあ仲が良くなるに越したことはないけどさ、越したこと. So again, that's a word that I don't really too familiar with. 越したこと. So it's like kind of like he hasn't like 越したこと. It's like he hasn't like been through things, like he hasn't gone through being through things with her, right? This feels like maybe a rare consult Google Translate just to see what it says. Yeah. Howしたことはない. Yeah, it's actually not like that now that I think about it. Google Translate told me like it was saying a little different thing, so it's like, maybe that's not what it is. Because that's really not what she says, actually. It's more like, like getting along well. The noni is not a despite in this case, it's more like, you know, there's nothing that like surpasses getting along well, is kind of what she's actually saying. So it's like, she's trying to like not, she's like, they're getting along well because they have a hobby that's in common, but she's not trying to like discount that, right? She's like not trying to put that down and be like, she's instead saying more like there's nothing better than that, right? Like she's agreeing that it's a good thing. It's like that's what happens when you share a hobby. But hey. Nothing better than getting along with people. Kind of like that. Elements 111 RG. Well, I'm not quite sure what that is. Oh, it's a geometry dash level. I'm not sure what your comparison is. Like, is it like a hard level or something, or what exactly? I don't play Geometry Dash, so I wouldn't really know. That's what happens when you share a hobby, but hey, they may be getting along well now, but it's not really that. It's like, oh, it's almost lost to time. That is true. I mean, it was lost to time, really. I mean, when I found it, it was like, nobody talked about it. It's like, I'm surprised that I knew about the game's existence. I think I just randomly got recommended like the World of Long play of it from like back when the game came out, and they only played like the first like 3 hours of the game, and that one they called it the long play. But yeah, and then so yeah, it was basically lost to time. Like people kind of knew about it, but like no, it was basically nobody at that point. It was effectively dead and had been dead for years. Like probably over a decade, honestly. Those 12 years videos, yeah. Videos from like 12 years ago, you mean? Although I think it's even older than that at this point. Or, I don't know about the World of Long Plays one, but yeah. But hey, nothing better than getting along with someone. I would not really call it lost to time. Okay. That's interesting. I guess it depends on what you mean by that, right? I mean, I guess what I would say is that it wasn't something people really talked about at all, and hadn't talked about in any significant capacity for many years. Because it's like, when the game came out, there was like discussion around it. A lot of Lucky Star stuff never got translated. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to say that like it's in a similar situation to anything that from Lucky Star that wasn't translated, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think it's fair that it's not in a unique position, right? But I mean, certainly it was that like there was no discussion about the game. Like the game came out, and then people talked about it for like a year or two, more so in Japan than in the outside in English, right? In English, it like got dropped almost immediately in discussion. And then it really wasn't until recently that people actually talked about it again. I mean, there was years where the only place you could find anything on Rogaku no Dosai at all, outside of like the stuff from like 2008, was on my channel. Like that was literally the only place. I mean, it still remains largely the case that like my channel is the only major place for Rogaku no Dosai related content. Getting along with someone. Pretty much most stuff are known more by Japanese people in the series. Yeah, that's certainly true. But even if you look at like art or like fan art or people talking about the game in Japan or in Japanese forums and whatnot, it still also is largely the case that it was like people talked about it up until like maybe 2013, and then it just kind of stopped. But getting along, there's no comma there. Atawa Nagami-san ni mo. Okay, so that's the next talk. The next thing. So lastly, we have will I get enough sleep? やっぱり寝不足が心配かな I think the whole series is like that. I mean, to an extent, but I mean, yeah, I mean, to an extent, but it's also at the same time, it's like, I mean, you would still get occasional nods to people remembering Lucky Star in general, like mostly the anime. But I mean, like, we still talk about to this, I mean, still to this day, I mean, you still get tons of people being like, Lucky Star had a visual novel, and you're talking about people who, like, they were fans of it, like, you know, they've been, like, longtime fans of Lucky Star, and it's like, they had no clue that the game even existed at all, right? So it's like, to this day, I still got a lot of people that have that kind of take, so. I mean, yeah, I get the point that, like, it's not unique, right? And being a lost to time in some sense, right? You certainly could be more lost to time. But I would say maybe a sleeper hit or a diamond in the rough, right? Right. Rogaku no Sasai is a lot better than I think people give it credit for. Okay, so let's make sure we're in the right spot. 1931. Obviously, I'm worried about not getting enough sleep, probably. I'm worried I won't get enough sleep. Yeah. Nerenaito karai. It's like it's not really that it's rough when it's working with sleep when you're sleep deprived. It's like it's rough when if you don't get any sleep. It's rough not getting any sleep. It's rough not getting. It's rough when you don't get enough. When you don't get a sleep. When you don't. It's hard. It's rough not getting enough sleep. It's rough when you don't get and you don't sleep. It's rough when you're I get why I said the working part. It's like because it adds. It's like you gotta sleep or it will be rough, right? Is like kind of what he says, but. It's like you've got to get sleep, right? Kind of. It's like, Was it common for visual novels to see faces like angry or sad with a frowny face? Instead, it was a horizontal line. I'm not quite sure exactly what you mean, but I don't think that this game does anything all that unusual in terms of visual novels, as far as the like sprites or portraits. I mean, I don't think that the sad faces are horizontal lines in this game. I mean, it's like there's slight curves, so it's not like a very like pronounced frown, but I wouldn't say they're horizontal. But I mean, I guess that's depends on how you look at it, right? I think we'll just keep this because it helps communicate what he's trying to say, which is like you have to sleep, otherwise it'll be rough. Miyuki gives me some of the nitpicks. Well, Miyuki is certainly an interesting character in this game. It's like, that's really true. But I know just what you mean is a good way to say that. Are you an early riser? Asaoki is an early riser. You can't tolerate her in episode 4. I don't remember what Miyuki does in episode 4 that is egregious, but... Not Yoshikin, we gotta make sure we do first name Karen. Mezmashi kaketeru kara ichio ne. So it's like I set an alarm clock, or yeah. So more or less. Hello, Bean Ham Red. I feel like I've seen you before in some context, but I do not think you've ever chatted here, so great to see you. Watashi, 目覚まし5つ使ってるけど、全然起きられないよ。起きられないよ。起きられないの。I use 5 alarm clocks, but even then I can't wake up at all. Itsutsu? そんなにあってどうしてLike, how could you not wake up with that many? And you still can't wake up how? I think you've seen me that time we did the Google Docs thing or something. I don't remember what exactly you mean by that, but but yeah, it was quite disappointing when I reached 4 and 5 after 3 was somewhat interesting. But as soon as I seen as soon as I seen 6 and 7, I knew this game was epic. Yeah, it definitely has a strong finish, right? 4 and 5, I would kind of agree are kind of weaker, like they're like they're in the middle, right? So it's like they kind of don't have the same level of like build up that 1, 2, and 3 have, and then the climax that 5 and 6 and 7, yeah. They're kind of like to pad out the game, admittedly, right? Although 4 is probably more important to the overall plot than 5 is, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Although I do like episode 4. I think 4 has some good moments with like all the flat time travel stuff. Yeah. All that stuff going on in there. And the kind of horror vibe of it's pretty good. 5. How could you not wake up with that many? It's like really what he's saying. I find Tsukasa cannot wake up with a bunch of bunch of alarm clocks, right? Wake up calls. ほら、勝手に止めちゃわない？起きるまで絶対に止まれないのってないのかな？ I don't like episode, especially its ending screen. Oh, okay. I think I know who you are then. I don't see what the problem is with the ending screen just being the 4 of them, but it seems like an odd thing to get really hung up on, but I mean, you know, if that's what, you know, you can do that, right? Look, they stop all on their own, okay? Are there any that'll keep... There's like any that definitely do not turn off. There's no 3. Not sure what you mean, but look, they stop all on their own, okay? So it's like don't they stop on their own? Or isn't there any that will not stop for sure until you wake up? But I can see why I translated it that way. Hito ni okoshite moratta hou ga hayaiんじゃ. So it's like maybe you'll wake up faster if you just have somebody to if you just get somebody to wake you up is kind of like that. But I can see why I said easier. Wouldn't you wake up faster if someone were Oh, that has 3 characters at the same. Yeah, they only have. Well, they have 3. They don't have 3 portraits on the screen at the same time, right? Yeah. Maybe it's just easier to have someone. I see why I say hayai, but like it's earlier. Like maybe you'd wake up earlier if someone woke you up, but yeah, like okay then. But it's like more like in that case, or it's. I had more beef with 5 before I noticed 4. I guess okay then. It's like okay then. For some reason you skipped watching 4. Especially about 頼まないでね。 何度起こしても起きないの知ってるから。Yeah, so it is like, you know how many times I've woken you up where you still stay in bed. What is these weird lyrics like going on in the background to the song? Oh, like, oh. I saw the term null in the code screen. Yes, so I just used the string null for I use the string null just to put something there, because the game can sometimes act weird when you're playing it and all the dialogues just have nothing in them. So it just is easier to just have just a placeholder text. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh. Alright, well. How much longer would we have to go to get to the end of this scene? Kill screen RGO leak. How much longer at this point? Are we like almost there? We are kind of close. Alright, let's pull through. Let's pull through. We are almost at the end of this scene, and we will call it a stream once we reach the end of this scene, which has about 1.5 minutes of footage left. But that probably amounts to, I don't know how many dialogues, but... あとは、長森さんにもお願いしたい。This music is going wild. お願いしたいのですが、まだ戻ってこられませんね。Next, I'd like to ask, Nagamori-san as well. We should have the Rolling Sky OST on the background. Well, maybe next time. I don't know what Rolling Sky is, but... Yeah, I never seen whatever this is. 24-hour work stream without breaks when? Silent Faye asks. Well, I don't think I could do that. I mean, doing these like 6-hour streams is already kind of pushing it. Yeah, no, we're not doing 24 hours, man. I also don't want to put you guys, I mean, like, it always feels bad if somebody actually watches the 24-hour stream, because it's like, man, you really shouldn't be watching me for 24 hours. Like, it's probably not a good thing for you to be doing. It's like, I appreciate you guys have been watching too. It's also like, I really hope that, like, if you're watching for the whole 6 hours, that like you're not like you had other things you could be doing, right? But yeah. It hasn't come back yet. But yes, 24-hour streams is not good for anybody. Not good for me. Not good for the people watching. Yeah. It's like, yeah, maybe you could talk to her during the next break. It's perfectly good. それしかなさそうですね。引き来てくれるでしょうか。So 引きくれる is like, yeah, to take on something. I feel like I've always heard it in the context of inheriting like some task though. To take on, yeah, to take over. Hanbun Kyosei Sankai Sanka Kyosei Sanka みたいなもんだし、大丈夫じゃないの? So it's like she's already being half forced to, or it seems she's being half forced to, so it should be fine. So isn't it fine, right? So maybe we'll have the it seems part. It seems she's being half forced to. I think she's already being half forced to. Should be fine, right? Wakanayo. 実は彼女は学園のI don't know that word. No. Are we still on the same? I hope I didn't lose track where we were in the dialogues. It's 1945. Okay, we're in the right spot still. Yo. So you don't know. She's actually. This is overthrow. Yeah, tenpuku to overthrow. Tenpuku を狙う革命軍で謎のロボットに乗ってたんだね。So she's actually writing on, what's it? She's actually her army of mysterious robots that'll overthrow the school. I can see why I had it, because it's like, yeah, there's no way it's gonna... You don't understand. There's no secret part, though. She's actually... Let me say leading. Noteta. So Noru have... In this case, it kind of feels like leading or taking part. That might be more like... She's actually part of an army of mysterious Robots. What happened? Okay, well, there we go. Oh, it seems that my my chat once again froze on me, so thankfully not many people said stuff, but yeah. I like how Miki asks if helpy actually help you. Okay. You did a 48-hour stream way back when, man. That's rough. She's actually part of a army of mysterious robots set aiming to overthrow the school. It's actually part of an army of mysterious robots aiming to overthrow the school. Genjitsu to Moso Gotcha. Gotcha ni sun. Gotcha. Robots. Yeah, gotcha means like mixed up, right? So don't mix up reality with with your crazy fantasies. Tototo go shok. Was it meshi? Gohan tabetara. So yeah, hurry up and eat, will you? It's like, you should do that. Couscous, I see the stream is still going. Hope it's been fun. Well, it's been pretty good. We've made a lot of progress. We're getting close to the end, I think. Yeah. You know, you should eat. It's funny because it's like, I probably should too, right? That's applicable to me. That's what I'll be doing right after I finish the stream. Everyone's eating in the chat. Just about to... owatta. It's like, oh, it's over. Time's up. Wait, no. I think he goes like, no! Or uso? You're kidding. I still have one chocolate cornet left. Chocolate cornet mo 1個あるのに No, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Hana-chan, hayaki, hayaki. Quick, hurry. Wakateru, shikatanai, ikkini. And then there's like, I think, yeah, eating sound effects, which is why, like, she goes like, oh! But they don't put it in the They don't put it in the Japanese like textbook. They didn't write it out for the Japanese version. Eat it in one bite. It's like you should stop. Like you shouldn't do that, right? You really shouldn't do that. Izumi-san, 大変です。チョコが垂れてます。This music is kind of appropriately intense. Izumi-san, careful. The chocolate is spilling out. Tissue. それが早く舐めて. We have to like wipe it up fast. Choking on that thing will be painful and scary. Well, she's not really choking. She's just more like she's trying to like eat it so fast that she's not doing the thing where she like licks up the chocolate as it gets pushed out, right? But yeah, you wouldn't want to choke on a chocolate cornet, would you? It'd be rough. So I can get a tissue. We have to clean this up fast. Minecraft food. Maybe it's like wipe this up actually. It's probably a better way to say it. Soreka. They say soreka, not sorega. It's interesting. Mogu. We have to wipe this up, probably. It's a better way to say that. And then, yeah, it's just just gibberish. Oh, Sakinitsuke. There's probably not hey y'all, it's more just like hey. Oh, she's like, alright. Alright, take your seats. 5時間目は先生休みやから自習に Now Jishu is like self-study or like kind of study hall, but because it gets cut off. Yeah, Jishu study, self-study. Now maybe we want to find a way to include that. I'm not sure what in the world you said, but if you deleted it, I guess that's fine. Alright, take your seats. The teacher for 5th period is out today. So we'll be now, yeah, because it's like we'll be like doing study hall or something. Okay. But it gets cut off, right? So like I have it as Gura, but like she says Kura in the Japanese. So maybe we want to change that. Izumi, 何しとんのや? はよせ. Like, what are you doing? Now, we want to do the hell are you doing? Because, you know, we don't necessarily want to have it be more intense than it needs to be, right? Izumi, but she does say it pretty intensely, I do remember, so. Hurry up. K is fancier than G. I think this is the last line. Ugh, some both these. Help me. Alright, I think we did it. Guys. We made it through the scene. We've made it. So how much was that, honestly? That was like a lot of lines now, wasn't it? 1958. All the way from like... That's like 64 lines plus like... Oh man, so many, right? 1842... 1775, so yeah, maybe did like probably not that far off from like 200 lines today. It's quite a lot, although again 200 out of like 26,000, you know, not so many now, is it? But yeah, I think we gotta call it here, because like how long has it been? Like way too, so over 6 hours. Is the next stream where the MC meets the first class, the first year students? Yeah. Although I don't know if it'll be the next stream in the sense of, like, I might do that scene on my own. The only reason why this stream picked up exactly where it had left off was because I just hadn't done anything. I was doing other things. So, but yeah, it's probably going to be, with all hope, that we will be actually quite a bit further next time I do a stream. But we'll see. But yeah, again, 6 hours just to do not actually all that much of the game. But we did quite a bit more than last time. So yeah, we did quite a lot today. I think that, again, this stream made it very clear that we could save a lot of time if I could get the old script from episode 1 copied over into my existing script. So that way when we check it, all we have to do, if I want to keep a line the same, is just go like, yep, good enough. And then we could just move on. We don't have to like, you know, I don't have to type it out again, right? That saves a lot of time. So hopefully that'll help out a ton. But yeah. All right. Thanks guys for showing up. I got to go like eat food and stuff. It's been a busy 6 hours. And yeah, see ya in the next stream, guys. Or video, or